Good morning, Twitch. Good morning, YouTube. Good morning, Wouter. I have okay. We are going to make it through today in the most zen-like state. Problems will bounce off of us. Oh. Interesting. All right, let's add some stuff from this list. Cool. I had a question on this. I want to read the 12-factor config. I also should modify Phantom today. Hang on, what is this stuff? Fairs.txt. Just gotta make sure this is okay for, yeah, this is okay for the stream. Have you ever been late? No, not yet, I haven't. There are days when, I think there were 1 or 2 days where I was like in a lot of pain due to my back. So I just didn't start the stream, and maybe a hour into it, I think I put up a notification saying why it wasn't started. But that's more like a, I just literally couldn't get out of bed kind of thing. And I think that's an extenuating circumstance. So Adam's going to set up load balancing with the rest servers. So that part's done. Adam is working on scripts to provision the account servers on the cloud, in the cloud. If that gets done, he'll start to work on the game servers. That's not going to get done. So, yeah, let's get rid of this. And let's see if that DevOps note should get anything else in it. Adam will be working on DevOps from 2.8.16 until probably 6.8.16. This is Feb 8.16 until probably June. This is the process of setting up servers, deploying, making sure endpoints are secure, etc. Part of this is that there will no longer be one massive game of botland when it's finished. Basic matchmaking, only 6 people will be in this game. Cool. Yeah, so then I just need to update this. Last updated. Yeah. Okay. So one of the first things I wanted to do here, other than I guess cleaning up the to-do list a little bit at least. Yeah, let's just bump this stuff down. And there. Put a few more new lines there so we know where this thing fits. Great. Yeah, all right, that's nice. So yeah, I just wanted to read this on stream and then take some notes on it. So 12-factor. Actually, let me just take the notes directly into OneNote. I'm not really sure where to put this. Where do I put this? So these are like coding, just general coding notes. And I have a note somewhere, I'm trying to find it, that talks about general coding notes. And I cannot for the life of me find this. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't know. There's like design patterns, and maybe I make a new, oh man, hang on a second. Miscellaneous coding related notes. Oh, I found it. So it really should go into here, but this is not a note that I want to share. Okay, hang on. If you don't mind sharing what caused your back pain. I'm not entirely sure. I think it was bad posture. I went to a doctor, and what did they say? They said it was muscle spasms. I never really got a whole lot of answers there. Yeah, okay, so I don't want to show this on stream, so I'm going to type this into a totally new note that, yeah, let's do this. So 12 factor. What is this? What is the full name of this? The 12 factor app. The 12 factor app. Okay, so reference. Okay, so there we go. I have this set up now. Now let's read through this. So I read through 3 or 4 of them last night. Also, there's something fun that I did. I spent about 2 hours working on this last night, and at some point today, it's going to become obvious to you what it was that I did. That's all I'm going to say. So, let's write that down. News. Actually, this was Monday. Monday, March 7th. Spent some time doing something fun for the stream. It should become obvious on Tuesday. Is that shirt fashion or just shredded? What? Is there a hole in it? Wait. I can't. My video is not as large on my screen as it probably is on your screen. Explain yourself, Wouter. Alright. So, yeah, this, I'm going to just say, so, overall, there we go, overall, our introduction. Man, they make this difficult. So introduction, the 12 factor app is a set of guidelines to apply to any application that you make, regardless of coding language. My right, your left. Looks like there's a series of holes. Are you talking about just the leaf pattern? Oops, wrong way. When do you plan to get back to game coding, new features, etc.? Hey, Wraithy. I plan to get back to it I'm hoping May, but I don't know how long it's going to take. Yeah, it is a print. All right, you scared me. I thought I was violating Twitch by showing some skin on stream. Twitch TOS. All right, 12 factor app set of guidelines to apply to any application that you make, regardless of coding language. Wait, what? Everyone, do you think this is a bad thing to look at? I just wanted to read it on the stream. I think there's at least some good suggestions in here. So I read through this stuff, and they're relatively short actually, which is nice. And this is what spawned this question that I have here that I'm not going to ask right now, unless you actually read through this all right now. But it had to do with how Node is used in production in some places. It's just outdated. Oh, when was this made? Oh, last updated 2012. Interesting. Okay, well, then let's just skim it. Makes me think of AA. Oh, the Alcoholics Anonymous. Like Ruby is dead already? Yeah, they do use Ruby in their examples here. Okay, well then I'll skip ahead to the ones that I haven't read. Let's start with, where's number 4 here? Here it is. Okay, so backing services. So this would, oh, I already read this actually. Be able to swap out any of your services. Is there anything else? This part would be very difficult for me to do. Attach a new database at runtime. I mean, like, theoretically, I could set that up, but usually there are connections made to these things. That was last updated when the world ended. Was that the rapture? Yay, reading with Adam. Well, like I said, I'm gonna skim this. Let's see, build a release, run. Codebase is transformed into a non-development deploy through 3 stages. Build stage, okay, release stage, and run. Alright. Uses strict separation between build, release, and run. It's impossible to make changes to the code at runtime. Okay. Deployment tools typically differ or offer release management tools, notably the ability to roll back to a previous release. Every release should have a unique ID. They should only ever go up. And there's snapshots. Okay, cool. Processes, one or more stateless processes. They share nothing. Any data that needs to persist must be stored in a stateful backing service, typically a database. Yeah, so that's something that I have not done and should probably do. That way, yeah, processes can just start and stop, and there's no issue. Hey, Digite. All right. Yeah. Okay, so let's delete this note then. Hang on a second. Let me get rid of this. I'm going to delete this, and we're going to highlight something here. I'm not sure what exactly. There. Okay, that's fine. All right. Yeah, and I'm just going to continue to read through this. Caching user session data in memory. Sticky session should never be relied upon. Okay. Hey, Chief. Port binding. Does not rely on runtime injection of a web server. Access and deployment, a routing layer handles it. Typically implemented by dependency declaration. Yeah, one of the things I noticed so far is they didn't mention Node in anything they've done in here. Okay, yeah, almost done. We're 8 out of 12. Just reading through this to see if there's any other nuggets of wisdom I can gain from this. I thought it'd be a quick way to start this out. So let's see, scale out via the process model. This sounds like the microservices kind of thing almost. Speaking of which, I think my game server is going to have to get a lot more complicated after launch so that they can host multiple games on the same machine. I'll have to see. Okay. Like I said, I'm skimming this. Fast startup and graceful shutdown. Okay. Yeah. Dev and production parity. Keep them as similar as possible. Developers write code, ops engineers deploy it. Ha! I laugh at this. This is outdated. Now there's DevOps. Continuous deployment. I mean, that would be really nice. Oh, code authors versus code deployers. Never mind. They do advocate for DevOps. Alright, and let's move on. I recommend a database for everything to keep it stateless as well. Database layer for the overseer would be somewhat helpful. Doesn't need to occur at launch. Sticky session thing is not reasonable. Everyone that uses WebSockets and a load balancer uses it. And no, Wouter, please don't gift me any TF2 items. Actually, there's no way for you to do that. You don't know my Steam account. So no, I'm not going to be playing TF2 again, probably ever. And if I do, it'll be for like one event or a LAN party or something. For multiple game servers on one machine, all you have to do is make like a game client coordinator on the server. It should be super easy. Well, I think there are a couple of concerns I have. One is, what are the memory and CPU constraints on a machine? So a micro instance has, I don't know if this is correct, but it's something along these lines, like a 0.5 gigabyte of RAM, and well, I don't know why I wrote 0.5 gigabyte, 512 megabytes of RAM, and like one CPU. So what I'm more concerned about is how do I fit a game server into this size? I think so. The RAM part, that's probably doable. The part that I'm more concerned about is Botland's a game all about code execution, and there's only so many bots you can have executing on the same CPU. Now, is 12 reasonable? Or no, not 12, sorry. What is it? It's a 3v3 game where each person has 3 bots, so it's 18 bots. So can I have 36 bots executing on one CPU? And the way to figure this out is I have 1,000 milliseconds. So 1,000 divided by 36 is 28. So I'd have 28 milliseconds per bot, assuming there's nothing else going on for the machine. So it's possible. Right now I have the cap set to 50 milliseconds for execution time. I would have to lower this down to 25 millisecond cap on execution. And then that would allow me to do this. Yeah. That's just that's a side effect of having code exposed to users in a game and then run on the server, is that it takes time to run it. I think most games there's a server running, and it's running its own code, not your code. Oh, and Happy Day 99, yeah. It got very debuffed since what? Like 6 months ago? Because all I remember is, if I don't remember the name of it or anything, but it was 3 rockets per clip, so it seemed very powerful to me. Yeah, you would definitely need a beefier machine. Yeah, and then the question becomes, so let's say I got a beefier machine. I don't even know when you get a beefier machine in AWS EC2 pricing. I think it's at the small mark, maybe. No, at the medium mark. So yeah, this is the question. Micro is this per hour. Actually, I could probably run these on nano instances. That would be pretty good. Also, it's interesting. They do scale up exactly in factors of 2 here. Right up until this. Then it doesn't scale up like that anymore. Interesting. So at a medium, though, you get 2 cores. So for 4 times the price, for 2x the CPU, it sounds like it's better for me to just run one game server on each instance. Or at least at first. You parse the code at init and don't recompile each run, right? That would cut down a lot, but I'm sure you're already doing that. Yeah. I only do that once. And it's actually not a native function that I turn it into. Or, yeah, I actually didn't think of that. Huh. Nano has a throttled CPU, just FYI. Oh, right. Well, oh, another thing I realized just now, starting and stopping instances. Oh, interesting. Let me write this down. Game servers. So design how I want them to manage this. So another thing to consider is that you get charged for any transition from stopped to started for the whole hour. So Botland games last about 15 minutes. So ideally I could get 4 games out of a server for however much this is. The micro cost of, what is it? 1.3 cents. Yeah, that would be nice. What do you compile it into? If you can turn the code into an actual function, then apply the API in context, I think it would be relatively fast. So I actually don't compile it, and yeah, that's something, I just eval the code. I should look into that. I wonder how much that would speed things up. See whether I can compile user-defined code into native functions at validation time. This may greatly speed up execution. It may speed up execution. It's possible that it doesn't. I thought I got nerfed in the Tough Break update, but it didn't. Also, this is the one, right? What is this? The only thing I know is that it has multiple rockets per clip. Community created weapon. No, this is not it. It was just something that you could click fire rocket, click fire rocket, click fire rocket, and then, or maybe it was only 2, and then you had to reload. So I don't know, but I never saw that one. Have you calculated how much this game will cost to operate when it launches? No, I haven't. It all depends on what the demand for the game is. If this thing holds true, whatever I just wrote down, I can't even find it anymore. Yeah, here. If this holds true, that I can have one VM running 4 games in an hour, then what does that mean? Games are 6 people, so then 24 people, 24 person hours costs me about 1 cent for EC2. Now, in order to host those machines, they're all 8 gigabytes. So I need, oh wait, that's wrong. That's 32 person hours, right? 6, oh no, that's correct. 24. Okay, so 8 gigabytes. So I need 32 gigabytes to support these. And that's $3.20 for EBS. No, what am I talking about? Oh man, I'm not thinking properly here. It's 80 cents. 80 cents for EBS. Then there's some amount of charge for bandwidth and some amount of charge for, what else is there? There's like key provisioning. I think it's mostly just bandwidth at that point. Yeah. I don't know how much bandwidth would be. I don't remember how much they charge for that. Where do they have this? Oh, I don't feel like looking this up. I wrote down in my notes something about this. AWS free tier bandwidth. Nope. I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, I don't think it would be very expensive per VM. It'll add up, of course, but I think per VM it shouldn't be too bad. If you just wrap the eval in a new function operator, I think it's a drop-in replacement. Whoa, really? Cannot access local variables because the code runs in a separate scope. Huh, interesting. Yes, good. Hey, Andrew. I'm doing well. Yeah, I'll have to test this out. And thank you, Juan. So new function eval code dot apply API scope. Yeah, and if that does speed things up, and I need to figure out what the cost of compilation is. Like maybe this is something that I do if I determine that a bot is running code that has already been executed maybe 2 or 3 times, and I could figure that out based on like script IDs or something, then I could compile it into a function at that point, knowing that I'll save time in the future. So I need to think about this. Okay, just wait, guys. This is the news. Monday, March 7th, last night I spent about 2 hours doing something, and you should see it today at any moment. Oh man, I've been putting in, how much of this should I share? Okay, let me share it as sort of a cliffhanger. I have been putting in, I'd say, a decent amount of extra time doing some things for the stream that will eventually become obvious. So there, haha. Hey, Demon Slays, it's going well. All right, so let me just read the last couple of things here. Logs. Treat logs as event streams. Aggregated time-ordered events collected from the output streams while running processes. I should not attempt to write to or manage log files. Instead, each running process writes its event stream unbuffered to standard out. During local development, developer review this stream in the foreground of the terminal. Staging or production, it'll be captured by the execution environment. It's an interesting idea. And I could do something like this, and PM2 actually has the capability to handle that, I think. However, I do have a logger, and it can log the files, and it's the library that's managing it for me. Hey, Olsen. Oh, EJ, it's not an announcement. It's just a thing. I'll whisper you briefly. There, you can go AFK. Yeah, okay, Olsen. So I upgraded my computer. I spent a bunch of money. So there's the specs list. So this is the computer. This stuff is the stuff that I just bought. Everything that you see up here, this is all new. And this was like a huge upgrade for me. So now I can stream at much better quality using roughly the same CPU or even less than I was using on my old one. Oh, it looks better than yesterday? I don't think it should look better than yesterday. I didn't change anything there. Also, the other thing I did last night, man, I spent a lot of time working on some of this stuff. I set up that vault file. And then I spent some time trying to decrypt the vault file on Windows. I couldn't figure out how to do that. There's OpenSSL, which can handle AES encryption, but it said something about a bad number. And I don't know if Ansible does something on top of AES. Okay. So yeah, I think I read through all this, right? What's this? Run admin/management tasks as one-off processes. Database, running a console. One-time scripts committed to the apps repo. Okay. Okay, cool. Hey, Darkstorm. All right, so let's see. What do we have? Let's close out of this stuff. Yeah, this stuff still holds true. Okay. Everyone is bribing people. So test the scripts below using this. So this is something I want to do afterward. This actually doesn't even fit into the REST server. It's worth doing though. Whoa! It works. Neat. So yeah, that's the cool new thing I worked on. Although that wasn't even, oh, there we go. Okay, nice. Yeah. So I got new follow notifications. That took me a long time to do because, anyway, I'm not going to tell you why. I'm stupid. That's why it took long. Okay, so set up the vault file. That's done. Set up the vault password file. That's done. Whoops. I didn't mean to press that. Let's press the right thing and then start up both of these. Perfect. Also, can you... Oh man, so this is an issue. So I switched to Twitch alerts, and Twitch alerts I don't think knows who it already gave a notification for. So I think it's every time someone like clicks unfollow and then refollow, which you really shouldn't do, then you'll probably see this. There are many already built platforms for this stuff, Adam, if that helps. What stuff? The notification? Because the notification, I use Twitch alerts. Here's what happened yesterday. I wanted to find out, right now it says something like, Adam has just followed. And I wanted to find out if I could say Adam has just followed, number, 6 for today. And in doing this, I went to T-Notifier, which is the site that I was using, and T-Notifier said, we have announced that we're going to close our service. You have to switch to something else. There are a couple of things I thought were interesting about this. One, they'd made something like only $25 since they made it free. So there's not a lot of money in T-Notifier. He was actually paying more for server costs. And the second thing is that he said, yeah, services like Twitch alerts do everything that we do and possibly even more. So I started to use Twitch alerts, and then I saw, oh, wait a second, you can have it be random based on, it's actually picking that green and orange one a lot, but you can have it be random based on just like a set of 5 or 6 notifications. So I thought, okay, I will make different bot images, and I have a tool that lets me do this, but I needed to make the images transparent, and that took me a very long time. I know how to make images transparent. It's just this particular thing. Anyway. They don't start recording who follows until you start using it. Yeah. So, oh, by the way, I still don't know how to do this. The Adam has just followed number 6 for today. It looked like Twitch alerts gives you something in the form of, what do they call it? What do they call it? Lists or something. Hang on, let me click launch and see if this shows anything personal on here. I have all of the has followed notifications here now. So they're called stream labels. I think that was it. Yeah, so what file does it make? It says session followers, max 100. So I think I could make use of this possibly. I don't know where I'd put it. I like having not a whole lot of stuff on screen. I know this is actually very old art, Rug. It's not new art. There's a way of capping Twitch alerts from repeating. Wait, what? Shouldn't that be the default? Do you know how to do that? API settings. Oh, good. Your API access token is just in the clear. I'm glad I moved this to my other monitor. So how do you change your... How do I change my settings here so that happens? It doesn't really matter. Whatever. Yeah, whatever. I don't care that much. So I still have to set this up. But yeah. I hope you guys like the new follow notifications. Alright, so set up the database, create a user. I have the init database script. So it's just making use of this. No, sorry, but a lot of Twitch streams do use Twitch alerts, but I don't have it repeating. It might not matter for you until you get a troll in here. Well, if it becomes an issue, I can try to look into that. T-Notifier had something like that, where it would try to cap it, but sometimes it didn't, and if you waited 4 or 5 days, you could just do it again, which I guess is enough to stop trolls. Okay, so I have the init database script. Let's go into botland. This is here, and it relies on these 5 things, which I should see in here, yeah. So this is the stuff that I need. And I will hopefully have this. So let's go into VARs, which is in a different code base entirely. This is going to become annoying to manage. So I have vaulted both of these things, the root password and the password, and these are just randomly generated. I don't know what they are. I couldn't even tell you. So I want to try setting this up on my own machine. Or, well, I can't do that, can I? No, I need MySQL server running. Fine. What just happened? That was not what I wanted exactly. Okay, so first set up MySQL server on Debian 2. And then the root password needs to match. The root passwords need to match. Man. All right, I should make a new vault file for this. And a new vault password. I don't know. I'll figure that out. Let's get these things working. So there's install account server. And part of what this needs to do, so there's install connects globally. No, there needs to be a new task entirely, which is where I want tags for these things. Let's try this out. Rogue says, I would have the dashboard on the ready just in case if you ever get raided, but I don't think game dev streams get many raids. Well, okay, fine. I can look into this thing briefly. So, Twitch alerts prevent duplicates. Hey, Lulong. Are you sure I even need to do this? Like, why would they not just build it into the platform? Who out there on any part of Twitch wants to see someone who followed them, then unfollowed, then followed them again? Like, that just doesn't sound like something anyone wants. So it sounds like you'd have to opt out of this thing. So duplicate notification. Yeah, I don't see anything here anyway. Whoops. Excuse me. Notification sound plays twice. Yeah, I don't see if it now counts that I have followed. Oh, I mean, you'll see it appear on my screen if it does work. Because I didn't do anything. But like I said, I'd be surprised if they didn't. Twitch Alerts has it built in? Okay, good. I mean, to turn off the follower alert then? No, I want the follower alert. I like that. Also, the number of followers that I get per day is somewhere between like 7 and 30. So it's not a lot, and I stream for 8 hours. So that's 480 minutes. I don't think it's, if it gets to be annoying for people, then yeah, I can make it smaller or something like that. Okay, so I want to set up a new task. How much upload do you have? I measured it a long time ago. I think it's like somewhere between 6 and 10 megabits per second. Seems like it's working. I had to follow and refollow for Twitch Alerts to count that I followed. Well, now it will not display twice. Okay, great. So then the first thing I need to do here is set up a new task. Oh, this is the stuff that didn't get saved. It did it. Darn it. Okay, that's what this is done. And did it save my other stuff here too? Nope. Ha! That's totally gone. Okay, we got to Control Z a bunch of times then. That's not good. This thing needs to be saved. So now we can revert this file and then put this up here. And then, you know what? Just close these things entirely. There. Okay, so the first thing to do then I think is make a new task. Make a tagged task. Where do I put this? I wanted to install the database. Ansible tags. They have... Okay, let's look at the examples and see where they use tags in here. Tags NTP. They do this in common tasks. Oh, I put it wherever it makes sense to put it. In this case, the account server. Okay, fine. So then let's put that there, here. Okay, so all I need to do is put a tags on this. Okay, great. So let's do this. We'll do tags, and we'll say the tags for this are init database. I think that makes sense. But I only want to run things with this tag. I think this will work. Okay. Seems like I put it where needed. So in this case, the account server role inside inside task / main.yaml. All right, so now I just need to figure out what this task is supposed to do. So it needs to run a script from a certain folder. So run node from a certain folder with a certain environment. Okay, so I think we can consider this to be a command, or Ansible command module. What are these? Huh. Okay, so change dir I'm going to need. Environment I'll have. Everything else I think should be fine. So I can just say command. Yeah, let's do that. So this is going to be initialize the database for the first time. So we're going to run a command that is this. Nope. That's not a command. That was still on my clipboard when I searched it from what Wouter said. Okay, so node require init database. And I want to run this from a certain directory. So chdir equals. What's going on here? This doesn't look right. Arg1 arg2 creates equals. Yeah, something's weird about this. I don't think this should all be in yellow, which either means I made a syntax error, possibly dealing with these quotes. What if I got rid of the quotes? Not that I should be getting rid of the quotes. No, it doesn't make a difference. Okay, then let's leave them there. All right, so change dir equals, where do we put this? Account server dir. So let's take a look over here at Debian1 and Debian2. And in here I should have code get test. Well, that's strange. What's going on here? Group vars, var vault. Weird. Oh, right. No, I'm not the right user. Okay, I figured it out. BL deploy, command not found. That's not right. Bash profile should have a BL deploy command. It's there. It's just not sourced. BL deploy. Weird. That should have been by default. Why are you requiring a init database like that inside Ansible? Yeah, actually, that doesn't make any sense. All I wanted to do is run that script. In fact, I don't know. I don't know why I do this anywhere. Why do I have that step? It's a good question, Mike. Also, did Botland bot? Yeah, okay, good. So follower notifications are working. So let's see. If we go into Botland Central Server, there's the database folder, and then if I just run node init database, this should be all it takes to do this. That seemingly did nothing. Oh, that's why. Oh, because this exports a function that then needs to be called. And that's actually why I have the specific syntax that I have here. I'm not only requiring it, but then I'm also calling the function in it. I could make another script whose sole purpose is to call this function. Did botland bot what? I just wanted to make sure it was saying who followed. There actually was a legitimate triple follow yesterday. So I either do things this way. Is there an Ansible node module? Do I even care if there is? No, I think this is fine. I think I'll just leave this like this. And I'll say, note the reason we use require and not just node is because init database only provides a function. It doesn't have any side effects at first. Just by running it. Neat. Thanks for following. Astale Metal. Metal. I don't know. Don't know how to pronounce your name. Just all the names from yesterday. Okay, so account server dir is going to be set to something in the new repository. What is it exactly? CCD command not found. What? Source bash profile. Do I not have CCD still? Now I do. Why is bash profile not getting sourced by default? Yeah, that's weird. I need to figure that out. Find out why bash profile isn't getting sourced by default when I SSH into a machine. Yeah, strange. Well, anyway, botland rest server, this is the directory that I have. So I go into central server / database. Yeah, that's what I've got to make sure to do then. Central server / database. See you, Andrew. Sleep well. So sudo users deploy user tags init database. Okay. And this install connects globally. It's only needed on migrations. I should probably install it globally no matter what. Yeah, I'll write that down. Note, we do this no matter what because it's good to have connects on the system so that when we do want to do a deploy or a migration, it's ready to go. Does that make sense? I don't think that makes sense. I don't think this is a good idea. No, let's just tag it. Let's tag this as migrate database, or rather connects database, update database, update database. Okay, and this is not a standalone thing yet. Wait, Ben the Klutz. Are tagalongs the peanut butter ones? Oh yeah, those are the best. Why are you trying to eat them in the dark? I think the solution here is just turn on a light. Ben runs a very simple algorithm in his head. It's how can I make things harder for myself? I know. I'll eat two very different cookies in the dark and they don't mix. The light burns us. Okay, Smeagol. So I need to check this in. Let's do this. So botland infra commit. Just modified this, and now I want to. So implemented some Ansible tasks that have tags. Implemented some database related Ansible tasks that have tags. I'm not finished with these tasks, but I want to see if they work how I expect them to. Okay. Oh, I never started SSH agent. Darn it. Alright, let's get rid of my camera then, so that you don't see me type my password. Okay, that's done. Next up, we go over to here. I need to go back to Ansible. Oh, hey, I'm there. Isn't that nice? And do I have... Nope, I don't. Well, let's source my bash profile then. Okay, great. So now I do a git pull and CLS. Cool, that worked. And now I should have everything it takes to run this on this machine. The only thing I don't have is MySQL Server. So I need that, of course. Sudo apt-get install MySQL Server. Okay, this is going, oh, what? Oh, right, okay. So new password for root user. This is where I need to be very careful about this. I think I just want to set the password to password. This is not going to be a production database or anything like that. Also, I may need to install MySQL Server on the machine. No, I don't. What am I talking about? There's already a database. What do I do? All right, so here's conundrum. On AWS, I want to contact RDS. So I want my real vault file. Man, I love those new notifications. The lights are on and I finished the cookies without incident. Really cool stuff you're doing, by the way. Oh, thanks, Ben. And hey, Quachi Art, thank you for following. So on AWS, I want to contact RDS. So I want my real vault file to be used then with my real vault password. Locally, I want to contact the instance of MySQL Server running on the same machine. So I want a fake vault file. That was weird. It sounded like someone's tapping at my window, but I'm not even on the ground floor. It's going to be like a Twilight Zone thing right now. Yep. There's a gremlin on the plane. Locally, I want to contact the instance of MySQL Server running on the same machine. So do I want a fake vault file? Okay, so here are the potential solutions. One is set the password on my local machine such that it's the same as AWS. Risk of leaking password for AWS on stream then. So that's, yeah, I don't like that. Okay, so solution number 2 is use multiple vault files. And then the problem there is I don't know how to make it not just find the default vault file. That may be the only time I've ever typed in my life 2 words that end in alt in a row. Weird. Let's look into this. Ansible Vault. Can you use multiple vaults? Do I even want to do that? What if... I'm not sure how to do this. I'm not sure what other solutions I have here. Man, I just got a message from a spammer for viewbotting. I don't want to viewbot. Ignore. Good. User successfully ignored. This account from the spammer was created today. Okay. Yeah, what else can I do here? And this risk arises from every time I need to connect to the database. No, did you say it's? Well, I did think that was just interesting, but yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna solve this. And I could always make a script that will. Well, thanks for following, Koala. I think just by adding new pictures, I've gotten more followers already. Interesting effect. I could always make a script that will do this magic for me. It's probably a bad idea. Can you just specify which vault you want? So they say to use it inside the group vars. This can include group vars, host vars, inventory variables, variables loaded. Yeah. And if the password isn't provided, then what do I do? Okay, let's take a look. Can I specify a new Ansible playbook? Do they say anything about vaults in here? Vault password file. That's it. Ask vault pass. What's the issue? In Ansible, so on AWS I have, okay, let's imagine this. Like AWS root password is some really strong password. Obviously it's not this, but I just wanted to make it like more obvious. And locally, local root password, these are MySQL by the way. Local root password is just password. So when I run on Ansible, I have a vault file which saves my password, the really strong password. So the question is, how do I run the same Ansible scripts locally or in production? Then the solutions are either I just copy paste this over to here, the local root password also becomes a strong password, or I do something using multiple vault files. Wow, that's crazy, did you say? And thanks for following, Julie. And I'm not sure what the Ansible way of solving this is. So Ansible multiple vault files. Huh. Yeah, I don't, I'm not sure how I'm supposed to do this. This was something from 2015. You need follower siren. So something else you can do, you can have an encrypted file and then something like KMS to grant keys to authorized servers. Is this something that MySQL can do? I guess they have pluggable authentication. You can do. Wait, what mTour? Is this an actual thing, or is this a joke? And hey, Louis. Huh. Wait, you want to store them in MySQL or on disk? Well, hang on a sec. So, I just want Ansible to connect to MySQL. So, go get Ansible to create a user in MySQL. In order to do this, it needs the MySQL root password. The problem is that the password differs between AWS and local runs. No, this is not really my AWS root password. Yeah, so here are the two solutions I can come up with. Hey, Wheatley. By the way, Wheatley, I have your new quote on here. Yeah, there you go. Is there some other thing that I'm not thinking of that'll let me do this though? There's some other way around this. I need the root password here. Ansible's client list runs off your local machine? Yeah, that's correct. And what does this mean? Like if I were working on a large team of people and I said, hey, I want to start the database on my own machine, I would need to know this password in plain text, which I guess I would have. Vault files contain vars, so just another var for local via group vars. But, excuse me, Chief, the problem is that the vault always tries to be unencrypted. So let's say I do this. I have a vault file. So I'll show you that. Find file vault. There it is. So I have a vault file. And now if I try running Ansible local, what did I call this? Why did that not autocomplete? So provided host list is empty. Okay, fine. Let's fix that. 192.168.1.26. Actually, let's put this into account servers. Okay, if I try running this, it says sudo password. Oh wait, no, that's not fair. Hang on. Ansible local. Wait a second. No, maybe there is no problem then. Oh, okay. What's this? That's fine. Oh man, I've been coughing a lot more lately. What's this? Database user is not a string in init database. That's totally fine. So then, no, maybe there's no problem here. I just thought there was a problem. I thought it wanted to decrypt the vault by default, but it apparently doesn't. Which is weird. What's using this? This is in group vars. So yeah, Chief, it sounds like there isn't a problem here. Not necessarily, at least. Yeah, it's so weird. I could have sworn I tried running this one time and, yeah, weird. Strange. MCS Mike, I don't think there is a problem actually. I think I just made it all up for attention on the internet. Okay, well, bad Adam, don't do that. Let's go into main.yaml that actually has an environment here, this one. So I should be able to just do this. So what are the variables we need here? We need all of these. Okay, so database host equals localhost, in this case at least. Then database user equals Adam, sure. Database root password equals password. And database password equals password. And database name equals botland. So let's try this, and then I'll worry about doing the rest of this stuff later. You should use different inventories, hosts for local and AWS. Then you have full control via different groups and their own variables. Oh, that's also a good idea. Ansible, use different inventories. Okay, let me give you a point. Use different inventories for AWS versus local. Then use groups to control. Then use different groups for them so that I have control over which tasks get run. Huh. At least I think this is what I want to do. I'll look into that in a sec. Let me try running this. In fact, let me just copy paste this into the main.yaml over here. So there should be many of these. So we want to open up roles, account servers, tasks, main.yaml, and then put this here. Good. Okay, and then let's try running that. So Ansible local. Does it set up the database correctly? No, there's no database server. Darn it. Okay, this won't work because I forgot to set up MySQL. Yeah, pretty weird that it thinks that this thing ran. Pretty weird because I never set up a password. Is there a way for me to get the full logs for this? Initialize database for the first time. Yeah, pretty sure that shouldn't work. The reference stocks best practices differ between staging and production with the inventory, so I think that's a good idea. I didn't reach production use yet. Okay. Ansible so reliable. Okay, let's make a new shell over here, call it MySQL. Okay, so this should be set up. So if we do MySQL-uroot-p, I should have no databases in here. Good. Well, I have whatever, the default ones I should say. So what's weird is this ran and didn't produce any error, but there was no database running. So what did this thing do? Init database. It called this function. It verified that all these things worked. Then the connection should have failed here. Do I have a dot catch at the end of this? Yeah, throw error. Error initializing database. I guess this should be a console.error. And yeah, weird. Okay, let's just try running this again. I need to fix that. Make init database.js fail when it can't make a connection. When it can't form a connection. And we can set it up so MySQL doesn't ask you to enter a root password on setup. Oh, interesting. Huh. I don't mind doing this though. I feel like it's not so bad. So now this time it should work for real because there's a database running on the machine now. Process.exit1 should do it. Yeah, I will have to try that out. So now if we say show databases, yeah, there's the Botland database. So then this worked, and now I should be able to connect as Adam. Let's try this out. So MySQL-u Adam-p password. Access denied. Access denied. Let's connect as root again and see if I even have my password in here. Or my user. What would it be under? Select star from, or no, describe MySQL. Oops. That's not even how you do this. It's use MySQL. And then show, oh, apparently close out of MySQL. All right, let's try this all again. There. So, use MySQL, show tables. There's a user table, describe user. We want the name. So select user from users. MySQL.user doesn't exist. Aha, Adam. Oh, it's capital A. Oops. Okay, I think that's the only problem then. Assuming these are case sensitive. I sure hope they are. Yeah, they are. Okay. Ha. Problem solved. Hey, Norbin. So that was a small mistake. I shouldn't have made this capitalized. I should lowercase it. Did I copy paste it as? Yeah, I did. Weird. Yeah. 4 root users. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. They're probably different hosts. Select user, comma, host. Oops. Oh, access denied. I gotta connect as root in order to find out what that was all about. Yeah, the hosts are all different. Local host, local host, local host, local host. Okay, then this is good. I think I need to set an IP address here of where I'm allowed to connect from. Maybe I don't. Maybe I can't. What do I do here? Maybe I make the host star. How would I do this? How would I test this out? Do I have MySQL client? I want to be able to connect to another database. Let's do apt cache help. Apt cache search MySQL. That was not helpful. Let's just, what do I want to do here? Debian connect to MySQL. I have a feeling that it's just MySQL when you install this. Oh, there is a MySQL client apparently. Interesting. MySQL client. Okay, I'm just going to see what happens when I try installing this. Sudo apt-get install MySQL client. This is apparently a thing that exists. So, get the honey sticks out again. Yeah, it's actually a good idea. Alright, here is a totally, oh no, this isn't unopened. There was an unopened one. Aha, here it is. I found it. I think the label's upside down. Yeah. 50 cc's of pure honey. Except for these things are impossible to open without scissors. Digital, will you hire me if that startup job doesn't pan out? Did you hear back from the honey stick people? I didn't actually ask for a sponsorship or anything, so no, I haven't. Oh man, honey is delicious. So MySQL client, can we use this to connect to, it's not even called that. Aha. MySQL help. Okay, man MySQL, do we have, okay, there we go. So how do I choose which server to connect to? It's probably -h or yeah, -host. So we should be able to just do this. MySQL -host equals 192.168.126 -u root -p. This should deny me. Yes. But now if we go, there's a MySQL command to do this. I don't know what it is. So let's just edit the host. This is very hacky. So if we do update user set host equal, no, this won't work. Select star from user where user equals root. This is not how you do this stuff apparently. Oh, it's got to be quoted. Yeah, there we go. All right, that's totally what I wanted to see. Good job, MySQL. This looks like a set of constellations right now. I wanted there to be some identifying factor for this. Man, is there some better way to format MySQL output so I don't get this garbage? Okay, describe user. Is there an ID? The primary key is host and user combined. So, okay, then I know how I can do this. So what I want is this. So update user set host equal 192.168.126. No, that's not right. It's 117, I think. What's if config say here? 17, yeah. 1.17 where user equals root. And how do you do MySQL update where? I just want to see how you specify where some column equals some value. How do you specify two columns equals two values? Is it a comma? Seriously? Why did none of these say this? Where conditions? How are conditions separated though? Are they commas? Single column, multiple column. And what are these? The conditions must be met. Oh my god, MySQL update. There's a /g. Huh, I'll have to look into that. Where's the official? Here it is. Where condition. See expression syntax. Is it just an ampersand? Aha, it's just ampersands. Okay, so ampersand and host equals. We'll say a home. You have an error in your SQL syntax. Okay, well, we can just update actually where host equals home. I don't need to make this more complex than it is. What happened to my command? There. Okay, I don't remember syntax for this. I went too long without using this. So let's look at the syntax. It is update account, set. Yeah, I have set in there. Balance equal that. Or something else where something equals something. Huh. Oh, you just use and? But I'm still... Oh, update. You have to put the word table in here. No, wait. No, you don't. How did I do this? Update row. Update account set. How have I screwed this up? Host equals... Oh, right. This is supposed to be a string again. God, I'm so used to typing in, like... being a dummy. Yeah, thank you, EOJ. Alright, this is... I'm sorry for you guys having to watch that. That was obnoxious. So now I should be able to connect from over here. Nope. I wonder... Okay, this doesn't make sense to me, but I'm going to type this anyway because it's practically free for me to try it. I don't know why I'd have to use 26 here, but let's see if that changes anything. No, I still can't connect. Okay, yeah, so that wouldn't make any sense. Are you trying to allow access from all? So I could do that. I was trying to allow access from a particular IP address. So now I should have it set so that it's star, and I guess this should work. No, I still can't do that. Weird. Do I have to specify the port here too? I shouldn't have to do that. Did I get the IP address wrong? Is that what's happening here? Because that wouldn't make any sense either. No, it's 126. Huh. Well, either way, I can't figure out the command to connect to another server using just MySQL here. I don't think I need to specify the port, do I? Like, it should be whatever it is. TCP/IP port to use. So specify the host. What port is MySQL by default? Oh, there's a command for this, actually. Let me look this up. That way I can make sure I'm learning things. So port. Here it is. Sudo netstat. Okay, so MySQL is listening on. I don't see MySQL here. There it is, 3993. So let's try connecting over there. So dash p dash port equals 3993. Can't connect. Only specify port if it isn't 3306. Oh, this is 3306. Whoops, I was looking at the PID. Okay, yeah. Well, either way, I shouldn't need to specify that at all. Is the port open for other servers to access it? IP table block. Maybe. I don't know. I didn't do anything on this when I deployed Botland, so I didn't think I would need to do it here. Huh. It says can't connect to MySQL server. It's not even that it can't. So if I specify my own IP address, what does it say? Because it's not telling me bad password or anything like that. Yeah. So it can't even find that a MySQL server is running over there. So it could be that that port is not allowed. 3306. Yeah. Strange. I wonder what I would do here. What I could do is I could use the script that I have that'll connect using connects and not MySQL. Because I can't seem to figure out the command for MySQL. MySQL connect to remote server, remote host. Host, user, password. Oh, you can specify the password right in the command line. It's kind of nice. And that's it. That's all I have. Huh. So what am I doing wrong then? Maybe I should be able to do this from here at least. MySQL -h 192.168.126 uroot password. How do you specify the password on here? Password equals MySQL command not found. How did I launch MySQL here? MySQL was found. User bin MySQL. So what is not here? What? This makes very little sense to me. There it is. It's right there. MySQL. It says no such file or directory though. That's super weird. Access denied. Now it. Oh, I wasn't typing MySQL. Okay, yeah, something's wrong with me today. And yeah, it can't connect here. Is the listener bound to 127.0.0.1 to where it isn't listening for incoming from other servers? Oh. You could set it to listen on all interfaces. Okay. Do you know how I do that? MySQL open to network. Localhost only. So there's a my.ini file. I wonder where that's located. MySQL config editor utility. that's not a thing. What was it? MySQL access. This, oh, it's available in versions higher than mine. So yeah, where is this config located? In many cases, you could simply check system process. Etsy my star. Or whoops. There it is, my.com. So sudo vim is not a command. Oh, this is empty. So I should write this stuff down. Okay. So bind address is localhost by default. We need to change this to 1.1.1.1. And then what? Restart MySQL? Sudo service MySQL status running. Okay, so then we can just restart it. We can Etsy MySQL. It's different on different versions. Okay. So wait a second. Etsy my star. I did not see. Oh, I didn't realize it did that. Oh, weird. Okay, then yeah, let's sudo rm etsy my.com and then do. Oops, that was probably a bad idea. Okay, let's make it exist, but then sudo vim etsy MySQL my.cnf. Darn it, I gotta install Vim. Yeah, okay, great. There. So, bind address. Yep, there we go. So let's just yank this, paste it in, and change this to. What's going on here? Well, that's weird. What is going on? I can't change this file? First of all, sudo apt-get install -y vim. Because I'm not used to seeing that error I just got. Hey, Void Dreamer. And wait, what are you laughing at, everyone? What did I just do? Alright, bind address. Let's just change this to 0000. That worked perfectly. Okay, now I probably need to restart this. So sudo service MySQL restart. Yeah, wasn't it good? There, and that should be it. Now I should be able to connect from over here. Not allowed to connect to this MySQL server. Okay, that's much better than what I was getting before. So it knows that there's a MySQL server there, and it thinks that I'm not allowed to connect. Okay, what do I do then? What else do we have here? We have a bind address. So now just allow the IP or do a wildcard. Any computer which is able to reach the server computer will be able to connect. Yeah, so I did bind it to this. It doesn't seem like that alone is what I need to do. has nothing to do with my.cnf. This is back to the user config stuff. But the weird thing there is, oh, that's not good. All right, this is unfortunate. I can't connect even using my own local setup. We allowed all connections. You can now connect. You're just unauthorized. Wait, what? But I had set host star here. That's the part that doesn't make any sense. I thought host star would let me connect from anywhere. Okay, so this lets me connect MySQL-u root-p. But over here, I can't any longer. Oh, yeah, I can. Oh, whoops, it's -- password. Okay, I've screwed up everything. Okay, got it. So it's host percent. MCS Mike, can you tell me it as an IP address, maybe? I couldn't help myself. All right, let's set that then. Fine, host percent and not star. No database selected. Okay, let's try this now. Is this gonna work? Host is not allowed to connect. It's strange. Wonder if there's some other way to MySQL update bind address. You can set it to that in order to make it listen to all interfaces. Huh. I wonder what I'm doing wrong here. Oh, you were saying percent for... Man, I think this one can be a star. And I think I wrote this down even in the database stuff that I have. Let's take a look here. So MySQL, create user at on testdb.star at localhost. Maybe I'll just specify the IP address. So 192.168.1.17. Let's just manually type it in. How about that? So now that's set up correctly, and now we can try connecting here. It still says it's not allowed though. That one is a percent. Okay, I'm lost. I don't know why this isn't working then. rel on star.star user at percent. I'm trying to connect as root, right? Yeah, I am. What do I do? What do I do? Don't you need to flush privileges? I don't know. I haven't needed to deal with this before. So let's just search for this. Host is not allowed to connect. This should help. Try adding a new administrator. Grant all privileges. Oh, wait a second. No, that shouldn't matter. Flush privileges. What, that's it? What happened to MySQL? Oh, it's on the other box. So flush privileges and then I can just connect. Oh, wow. That's easy. Interesting. Okay, thank you. All right, so from start to finish, let's write this down. Okay, so let's say installation on Linux. Sudo apt-get install -y MySQL server. Okay, so do that first. Then set up, you have to manually type a database root password in the installation. So first install, then configure MySQL to be accessible on all addresses. All right, so sudo vim find bind address and change it to 0000. Okay, then create a user like this. So either you do something like this. Actually, let me just write it this way, I guess. Restart MySQL service. So sudo service MySQL restart. Why is everybody so nice? Okay, and then finally, if you haven't created a user, then create one. You can do this. And then grant privileges afterward. Yeah. Note, the % lets you access the database from any host. And then grant privileges to them. If you have created a user, then you need to make sure the host is set correctly. So you should do this command, update user set host. So use MySQL -u root -p, then it's use MySQL, then it's update user set host equals % where user equals. So it was, so if I want to do this, I could say and root equal, or and user equals root. That would work. Yes. Okay, it's at least syntactically correct. That's the part I was curious about. So where user equals Tom Ado and host equals whatever. Then flush privileges. Without flushing privileges, you'll get an error message about, where is it, this? Okie dokie. Where is MySQL is the name of the database? Where is MySQL is the name of the database? I am not sure what you're asking. MySQL is the name of the database. It's the name of both the database program and a database in the database program. You can also note, instead of doing it manually, you can just do a grant statement. Grant all on. Oh. Yeah, this is, but then after granting, I need to flush privileges. So manual hard way, and then manual easy way. So grant all on all, let's do this. Grant all privileges on that identified by password. The grant will flush on its own. No, this flushes privileges on its own. Okay, so let's also, as long as we're testing this out, this is something I did not do yet. Select star from user where user equals root. And then if we do a /g here, where do we do the /g? This is something everyone was talking about. Oh, instead of a semicolon. Whoa. What? Huh, interesting. Replace star with % in your notes. I don't see which one of these is wrong. You can't search for star. You still can't search for star. Because this star is correct. I've used this command before. Huh. Grant all. Oh, I'm pretty sure this one is fine. Yeah, I think these are fine. Oh, I can just test it out actually. I don't know why I'm saying I think it's fine. Grant privileges on, let's do botlan.star to Adam at localhost. 0 rows affected. Is it not at localhost? Select user, comma host from user. Yeah, okay. So the last thing I need is just basic select, which I have written in here in the PostgreSQL note. So create insert. How? I never wrote a select here. I don't know if it's the same for PostgreSQL, so maybe I should just make this here. Setup / basic usage. Yeah, so we'll say selecting when tables have tons of columns. Select star from user /g. Just replace the semicolon at the end of a select statement with /g. Okay, great. So what am I doing now? Oh, whoops, I never wrote this down, did I? Yeah, no, I did. What am I doing now? I was setting up MySQL so that I could get my Ansible scripts working. So I'm still in the process of doing that. We'll see. And thank you for following. Okay, all right, great. So then now that this is set up, database user, I'm going to connect as root, and root is set up to allow me from any address. So then we should be good at the end of this. Let's check it out. How do you remove a user from a database? I want to remove the Adam user. MySQL remove user. Drop user. So drop user Adam. Do I need to put this in quotes? Apparently, yeah. Adam at localhost. 0 rows affected. Oh, because that's weird. Okay, well, let's write this down too. So our other basic commands, drop / delete a user. Okay, great. So if I try connecting over here as Adam, this will not be allowed because that user doesn't even exist. Great. And I get that same error message if I tried like Adam2, for example. Good. Okay, so we're fine so far. Now all I want to do is set this up so that the Adam user exists and I guess has a host of star. And that's it. So let's try that. So in Ansible, we're going to edit roles, account server, tasks, main. We're going to change Adam to lowercase. We're going to, actually that's it. I guess I could change host too. Why do you have notes about both MySQL and PostgreSQL? I was using PostgreSQL originally, and then I changed. So where's the Ansible script? Doesn't matter. Let's just search for bash. Great. All right, database host star is not allowed. This is actually a YAML issue, I think. I think you need to put this in quotes. But I'm not positive. Let's just try putting it in quotes. So, are those even YAML quotes? I'll just use quotation marks. Does that work? That apparently works. So now I should be able to connect to the database once this is done. And it's the last thing. Yep, there we go. So now let's try connecting as Adam. Access denied. Let's look at the table over here and see. Adam did not get added. So then, strange. Oh, wait a second. I know why this is happening. Database host has to be the IP address of the host. Oh, man. I love databases. How did this ever work? How did I ever get this done? I connect to the database host and then I create a user at that host, I guess. So, so then the host should be the IP address of that machine. Not at all what I wrote. So this would have to be 192.168.1.26. This. Oh, all right. Oh, also lowercase Adam would have been a good idea, but yeah. Okay, well let's try connecting now as Adam. Access denied. Does this user exist? Yes, it does, but it's only allowed to connect from here. Okay, so I need to make two variables for this. Or I change the script so that it always allows me from, all right, let's do this. Update user set host equal set host equal % where user equals Adam. Great, and now we can connect. No, of course not. Do I need to do flush privileges? Oh, I do. Okay, great. Then we're fine. So, wait a sec. Then this. Okay, yeah. So database host needs to be whatever the IP address of this machine is. I've got to figure out how to do that in Ansible. But I also need to change this so that database host is %. This seems stupid. Hey, Orange. Is the host used anywhere else in this file? Grant privileges. Okay, so then let's make var user host. What's the syntax for this? It was create user, yeah, that at host. So MySQL create here. So it is user specification, where user specification is a user. I wanted to know the grammar of this, for what they call this. Just user host. Identified option. If you specify only the username part of the account name, a host name part of % is used. Huh. Interesting. Can I clarify the issue? There are two small problems, I think. One of them is that when I create a user, I call this, in production, I'm going to be creating a user for my applications to access this thing from. And the database is going to be locked down with Amazon's firewall anyway. So it should only allow connections from internal sources. That's not currently the case. So one potential issue I have is this a big problem to allow to every single potential host? I don't know. So database host is where the database is running. User host is going to be just everything. Allow the user to access the database from any host. I make this, I do this everywhere. This is going to be a problem. If I have create user anywhere else, I think I'm going to have this issue. I don't. Okay, great. And I guess I could find it by the @ symbol like that. Yeah, this only exists here. And this is only when initializing the database. Okay, well then I guess this could be fine. So then what else do we have here? This needs to be the IP address. Database host has to be the IP address of the, so Ansible get IP address of current in task. Let's say in task. You can do an if a user doesn't exist, create one condition. No, that's not the issue here exactly. It's more, am I making access to open register host IP? Is that all I need to use here? Wait. Ansible special variables, do they have this at all or no? Like, how would I get the IP address? Or even just the current host? Magic variables and how to access information about other hosts. No, I don't think this is it. Register is for saving. Wait, what? I'm not necessarily trying to use register. That's not the issue here. I have an Ansible script here that's doing all this stuff on some machine or some set of machines. How do I get the IP address of the current machine it's working on so that I can put that here? And that's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm not sure how to do that. Ansible get IP of host. So either no one's asking this question or I'm doing something stupid right now. What's this? This looks like what I want. Some of the observed behavior of or state of remote systems might need to influence how you configure those. Yeah, how do you do this? Oh. Some provided facts like networking information are made available as nested data structures. To access them, a simple foo is not sufficient, but it's still easy to do. Here's how we get the IP address. Okay, well, that's, I guess, what I'm supposed to be doing. Or alternatively, this. Okay, let's try that out. So, there we have it. And then I just drop this user again. Drop user Adam at 192.168.126. Drop user failed because it's lowercase. Drop user still failed. That's... Oh, because I changed it to percent. Fine. Okay, now the user no longer exists. Okay, so then the next thing I need to do is deploy this. This is not the easiest thing to do. Also, I have a ton of modified files. Why do I have these? What's going on here? Debug deploy bots. Oh, the reflect and whatever else. We don't need to check that in. Probably don't need to check that in. Don't need to check that in. This is just a comment. Check that in later. Okay, so init database has been changed. Change the database initialization script so that the users host the created host of the created user is always set to %, meaning they're allowed to connect from anywhere. Previously, it had been set such that... How did this make any sense? How did this work on any of my other machines if this was the case? I used to only create users... Let's just log in at Azure and find out. So I need to connect to the REST server. Okay, so let me run MySQL. I don't know what the root password is. Darn it. Okay. MySQL-u root-p. Okay, I am in. This is probably something I'm going to have to be very, very careful about doing. So let's say show databases. Also, let me take my password off of my clipboard. So I have Botland. Let's use MySQL. And let's do select user comma host from user. So I have, yep, okay. This makes no sense. Oh, wait, no, it does make sense. Okay, I get it. I know what's happening. So there's a difference in architecture. That's what's happening. So currently on Azure, I have two VMs. VM number 1 has the game client and the game server. And then VM number 2 has the account server and the database. So the database has only allow on localhost. And the reason that's fine is because, of course, it's only going to allow it on localhost. The account server is the only thing that interacts with the database, and it's always on the same VM. So that's the problem. So then that's how this is working right now, because they're on the same VM. And in in AWS, here's what I have proposed here. VM number 1 has the game client. VM number 2 has the game server. VM number 3 has RDS on it. VM number 4 has the account server. So nothing's going to be on the same machine as anything else. Okay, and let's write this down over here too. Alright. So I checked this in. Previously it had always been localhost actually. Set up on localhost. So because I had the database running on the same VM as the account server, so everything had worked. This change will allow me to have the database running on a completely separate machine. Okay, so I commit this and I push this, and then there's a problem. The problem is I need to deploy this. And the way that I deploy things is really stupid right now. Well, I could just follow that stupid means of deployment. Actually, one of the things I should be doing here is I should be checking in that other file, this, made a clarifying comment, right? That's all I did here? Yeah. Great. Then this stuff, the rest of this, about the salvage modeler, I think I want to check this stuff in. Made a salvage pack modeler to figure out how many salvage packs someone needs to open in order to obtain a certain percentage of items in the game. Okay, then the rest of this was all for just a repro of something. I guess I can get rid of this. Weedly will no longer be in my code base, nor will Hoforia. This was for a very specific... Actually, let's just check this out. Let's find out what this is for. How do I even run this? I don't know. Let's just delete it. It probably doesn't matter. We could just set it up again anyway. All I did was set fire damage really high, set reflect, and then give them... Yeah, this is easy to set up. Let's revert all of this. Great. And then push... Not like that. I've been off on mouse clicks by like 6 pixels for some reason lately. Okay, then finally we can run the real deploy process. So I go into BLCE gulp pre-deploy. By the way, how much CPU is this going to use? Oh, that was fast. I don't think I've ever seen that finish in 12 seconds. Okay, so now we do a gulp deploy rest. Well, that was also fast. Well, that wasn't bad at all. So now this should have a bunch of stuff in it. Yes, init database, hardware constants. What changed here? Oh, I fixed regen. That's not super important. And I modified a comment. So the biggest change here is in init database.js. Users are now created so that their host is %, meaning they can connect from anywhere. Okay, pushing this is very important, and then that's it. Then we should just be able to run this, right? Because this is going to pull the database on the other machine. Yeah. I think we can just run this. Let's try it out. This will prove that I've at least done some things correctly. Or it'll disprove that. We're not sure until we run it. Okay. So now I just do this, and what I hope to see here is Atom at %. Perfect. Everything worked. And ideally, I'd be able to connect from that machine. Perfect. Yeah, we're good. We are good. Let's do a flush privileges here just in case something was cached from before. Yeah, no, it's working. So then that's been fixed. And now I need to check things in over here, but I need them to reflect what I have on this machine. So let's look at install account. No, that's not right. This one. This is what needs to be copied here. Oh, the host is actually wrong. Database user Atom, password and password. These things need to be changed as well. Hey Java, haven't seen you in a long time. How's that bodybuilding program going? Every single person who has met me lately who hasn't seen me in a while has said, "Wow, you're looking really thin." So I've lost, I don't know, like 12 or 13 pounds since I started streaming. And yeah, it's because I'm eating less and I'm not working out as much. So it's not going very well. Oh well. Maybe someday I'll eat lots more. But I think it's hard to do on the stream. Alright, so host is set, database user is fine, database root password and password. Those are going to be pulled from the vars file. They are here. So they just need to be included like that. I think they're the same names. Yeah, they are. Okay, so then I can just do this. Okay, yeah, that should be it. I guess we'll put the hard-coded things at the top here. These shouldn't be hard-coded either, actually. They should be variables that are stored somewhere else. There's no real reason to do that right now, though. But I might as well. I think future-proofing is the reason. So account servers, I have tasks. I think I also need to figure out what the other... So Ansible roles, let's look at, there's a folder structure on this page. Here it is. And we want a vars folder. And then inside that, I guess, main.yaml. Yeah, that's it. So let's go do that. So I'll just go make a new file and put that in account servers vars main.yaml. Dash dash dash. So database user and database name. And that's it. Then for the environment, we just include both those things. Also, there's one other tiny bug here, and that's this. This needs to be quoted. Perfect. So now everything's a variable in here. And this stuff won't exist because it's only set based on the vault. So that's the part where I think things are going to get screwed up, but we'll figure it out. So also this is tagged, right? The Ansible task to initialize the database has been fleshed out a bit. There is now the appropriate environment variables are now set. Okay. So if I try using this script, I think it's going to fail. Let's do a git diff. The vault changed somehow. What? That doesn't make any sense. No, that's not good. I didn't do anything there. It shouldn't have changed. Okay, well, here's where we just do a git reset dash hard. You have a girlfriend / wife? Yeah, I have a wife. Okay, so we just need to do a git pull here. Hopefully this works. I pushed the code, right? I don't remember. I'm just going to do it again. Yeah, I did it. Okay. So I just need to run this, and this is going to fail, and then I'm going to fix it. It's going to say something about I can't read the vault file, probably. Provided host list is empty. Okay, that's a really easy to fix failure. This shouldn't work. I don't have a password. Oh no. Oh, I know what's happening. Oh, darn it. Okay, well, let's take a look at this. Did this actually make the user? It did. What in the world is their password then? You're on a bodybuilding program? No. So last year I was focusing more on that. So I was eating like way more calories than I've ever had in my life, and working out like 4 times a week. But I'm not doing that anymore. I'm working out like 3 times a week and eating basically nothing. So the working out is having no effect. So yeah, I was thinking maybe next year, if I have more time, maybe I'll try to get serious about it again. I mean, there's no real point to any of this. I don't play sports. I don't. Yeah, there's no real reason. Okay. So, what did this use as the password? Like, these things shouldn't even be set. I don't know what they're set to. And database password, that should be pulled from fairs. Yeah. About eating? What? What Weedley? I think I missed what you're responding to. Huh. Yeah, I don't know how this stuff would have ever gotten pulled in because it's only pulled from the vault. So if this doesn't exist, what's my password? Is it just an empty password? What happens if I try connecting here with no password? Access denied. What if I try the word password? That works? Where is it getting this stuff from? Did I define this somewhere and I just forgot about it? No. What's going on? Oh, man. All right, so is this... What file is this? It's main.yaml in the account server. So let's load that up. Yeah, I mean, these 2 lines right here. What is it doing? How is my password the word password if these variables don't exist? Does any password work? No, it's apparently password. I don't think I need to do that, but... Wow. I don't understand this part at all. Unless this is... No, that doesn't make any sense either. Yeah, I don't get it. Wow, I don't understand. Okay, I dropped the user here. And now flush, and now I can't connect, right? Yeah, access denied. Now I run the script again, and somehow this makes the user for me with a password that I never specified anywhere. Mary says Python. This is, well, man, what I'm doing right now is actually Ansible. And what I typically do is JavaScript. Now if I look at the user table, oh, it doesn't exist. Oh, so then this broke. Something failed here. It's very likely the command that failed is this initialize database for the first time. I bet it can't find a password. Yeah, it was probably still set somehow. I don't know how. And now it's starting to fail. I must not have dropped the user last time. In fact, that must have been it. So then here's the issue. Okay, yeah. So let's try this out. If I run this, let's do more Ansible local. So if I run this and I just specify 2 extra variables, So let's specify, and I know you guys can't see this because it's off screen. Actually, let me type it over here then. That way you can see some of it at least. If I say database root password equals password, and then database password equals password, then I think this will work just fine. And now, if we just keep doing this, we'll eventually see the Atom user get added in here. There it is. Yeah, that worked. Okay, so then, yeah, this is redeeming at the very least. Yep, and we can connect. Okay, good. So then there's no problem. And no, I didn't set the exit code in the DB init script. I need to do that. That was one of my other to-do items. So now what I need to do is set these things. I need to set these things somewhere. And this is, I think, what you were suggesting, Chief, earlier. You said use different inventories for AWS versus local, then use different groups for them so that I have control over which tasks get run. So how would I do this? Also, how did this script work? I specified tags. Oh man, there's so many problems. Okay, so init database in Ansible, init database should only run if the tag is specified. Right now it's running all the time because it's as though I have tags all when I don't specify a tag. I should really go buy an Ansible book. So, okay, use different inventories. Here's something I could do. I have one inventory here. Software engineer and bodybuilder is a weird combination. I mean, I would never say I was actually a bodybuilder. Maybe the user still existed, the script errored on error user creation. Yeah, that's totally possible. And I think what's very likely is that these variables weren't set, so it got nothing, and then it tried using undefined in the API, and that didn't work. But now the issue is more, how do I... So my goal is to use password for local, use some strong password for AWS. So I could have two different inventories for this. That's what Chief was suggesting. And then, how would this look? So infra children, I'd add a new role that would do this, I guess. I think I could do this by adding... Wait, these aren't roles though, they're groups. Group pairs, yeah, group pairs. That's the way to do this. Never mind, I'm being stupid. Okay, yeah. Just put the hosts in a different group and then set up group pairs for them. So using a different hosts file for this, yeah, I guess that's a good idea. A different inventory in general. Can inventories include other inventories? I don't even want to do that, do I? Kinda do. Let's look up Ansible inventories. Also, let's just close all the other tabs at this point. Preferred practice in Ansible is actually not to store variables in the main inventory file. In addition to storing, that's going to be stored in relative to the inventory file. No, they can't, as far as I know. Okay. So then here's what I'm going to be doing then. Here's what it sounds like, at least. I should get rid of my Ansible config. So my Ansible config currently directly points at this. I think I should just specify this on the command line. Okay, so then here's what we have to do. Make two inventory files. Get rid of ansible.cfg, or at least make it empty. Modify both of the shell scripts so that I specify which inventory to use. And finally, update my notes to reflect the new commands. Programming at gym. I wonder if your code, what if it would actually be better and then all companies start doing this. You've got to run on a treadmill for like 10 hours a day. You come home from work and you're just dead. You're mentally and physically drained. Program sometimes when you're on the bike? What? Wouldn't that involve bringing a laptop to the gym though? Oh wait, if it's like an apartment gym or something, I guess that would make sense. I don't think I've ever seen someone with a laptop in a gym though. Have I? I've seen them with books. I've seen them with Kindles and like tablets. Wow. I'm gonna bring my new computer, dual monitor setup, put it in front of the benches at the gym. Need to power the computer you use, saving that money. Okay, so make two inventory files. I guess I'll say AWS hosts and local hosts, or cloud hosts. Let's just call it cloud host. Cloud host. And it's an ini file, so I might as well name it ini. It doesn't auto highlight it. Can I get a Sublime thing that's going to highlight that for me? Install ini. Ini syntax highlighting. Okay, cool. So set syntax ini. Hooray! Okay, so let's do this. View syntax, open all with current extension as ini. It's already set. We're good. Superman. Yeah, was the final code good? I guess it depends on the Balmer peak, huh? Local hosts.ini. See, this sounds like a bad name for a file, but I'll just name it that. They're not necessarily local though. That's maybe prod hosts and dev hosts. Yeah, maybe that's better. Dev hosts and prod hosts. And then we get rid of cloud hosts. Dev and prod. Now I've already screwed up yet again because what I should have done is this. I should have done a git rename on this so that I keep the history of this file. There we go. So prod host now exists and dev host also exists. So this part's great. We need to use the vault in these cases. What is that saying? Any crash you can walk away from is a good landing. I guess something similar works for programming. I mean, it kind of works. When it's not your life that's on the line and you're just bothering a bunch of people with bad code, that's a little different. Man, honey has to be the best substance that insects have ever made. Okay, all these things should be set later. So I got to figure out what differentiates these things. I think I could say something like, how do I do this? I just need group vars to be set here. Can I do this? Dev, children. I can't say all here, can I? I guess I could say infra. Maybe I could say all. All hosts that are in the Raleigh group. Yeah, I don't think I can do that. So I would need to just list them out. Well, fine. We can just do that. All right, so that's done. And I guess I do the same thing for prod. I don't know what prod specific variables I'd have. Then I make group vars based on this stuff. So let's go into group vars and we'll make, what's the best folder structure for this? Let's go to the Ansible examples. Because what I've been doing is I have group vars slash infra.yaml, but I could have group vars slash an infra folder slash vars, I believe. I want to see what they do. Infra and dev should work too. Yeah, infra should work. What I was worried about is if I change all these things. I guess for now, since they are the same, I can just use this because this does make things a little bit simpler. Okay, so they do this. Files. Oh, this is a bad example. Group vars all. That's group vars here. They use all. MongoDB group vars. What do they do here? All. Man, they only ever declare all. All in DB servers, but they don't even name these YAML files. I want to name them YAML files. Okay, yeah, so I can do that then. Which language is this? So it's mostly JavaScript. What I'm working in right now is Ansible, which is YAML. And hey again, Andrew. So then here's what we do. We copy this into dev.yaml. Then I open this up and I make sure to set these two variables somewhere. Now the two variables that I want are database root password and database password. And these will be set here in both cases as password. Okay, so these variables are meant just for development builds. Just use group name.yaml. Okay, cool. Oh. Also, is the light thing working? Kaferta modified it by setting color loop on. I don't remember even seeing this. So let's run a giveaway. Which will hopefully work. Silver Code Za. I don't think I've ever seen Silver Code Za say anything. 37 minutes in chat. And apparently left as soon as I did that. Is that true? No, I don't see it. Huh, weird. Okay. Alright, so I think this should work. You have to pay attention to the order in the inventory though. The overwrites are in order. I guess the last wins, but I'm not sure. Okay. So this comes last so that variables get overwritten last. Right order. Oh, thanks, Swal. Or Swy. I'm not sure if that's an L or an I there. Let's find out. It is an L. Swal. That's what I'm going to call you. If you want something else, let me know. Okay, so then we should be good. This is dev. I have the dev.yaml file, so then that's set up. So I need to change, that was number one. Make two inventory files. Now get rid of ansible.cfg. So this is going to be done away with. Great. Next, modify both of the shell scripts. So here's the AWS one is going to, we're just going to pass in the host file. So Ansible play, actually I don't need to do that. I can do this here. Ansible playbook. Where is inventory? -I. So we can do -I, and then our inventory is going to be prodhost.ini. Okay, and we need to specify this in the other one too. So Ansible local. This will be dev host. We probably change this to Ansible dev and Ansible prod. I really should have done that. Mixing languages. Yeah, I was gonna say. Okay, good. And that should be it. Now I just pretty much always need to run from this. Now there's a vault password for here, and there's no vault needed for the other one. All right, let's take a look at the changes I just made. And then I gotta test this out. So I split in order to accommodate reading passwords either from the vault file or from a plain text vars file. I've made 2 inventories, one for prod and one for dev. Okay, so for prod, the Ansible AWS SH script, which I should really just rename right now. Yeah, let's rename that. This should be renamed to Ansible prod, and this should be renamed to Ansible dev. And then both of them should probably say at the top what it is they do. So yeah, get rid of both of these. Great. Load up both of these. So this shell script is only intended to be used to run Ansible playbook more easily. And it's the same thing here. Alright, so those are renames now as well. So in order to accommodate reading passwords either from the vault file or from a plaintext vars file, I made 2 inventories, one for prod, one for dev. I've similarly split various other files. It's not really true. Yeah, I don't think that's necessary. Yeah, I don't think it's necessary to say anything else here. I just need to look over the code. So here, this was, I specified the inventory on the command line. Here I also specified the inventory on the command line. I want to know if I can spread shell commands over multiple lines. What happens if I do this in Linux? Echo hi / there, enter. Oh, you can do that. So let's try that in script form now. Let's go back to home. I never made that. I only have that on Windows apparently. Let's go into the temp folder. Let's do vim test.sh. So if I say something like, what's some simple command I can use? I guess echo again. Hi, and then I put a / there. Now the space is going to be maintained, I think. Well, let's try this out. Bash test.sh. Space is actually different. So what I could do in this case is I could put backslashes everywhere here. That way I know what line changed. I kind of want to put every argument on its own line. That way I can comment all of this stuff. And this should just be ask sudo pass. That way it's very clear what this is doing. Same thing here. Just make these changes. Obviously I'm going to need to test this all out, but this should end up being much cleaner every time I make commits. Okay, great. I like that. I like that a lot better. Now it'll be obvious what I've changed. Okay, so then the config, I've deleted the host file. Prod host just has prod children here. These were renamed. Dev host has dev children. Yep, at the end there. Cool. And then dev.yaml has passwords. Nice. So let's test this out. Finally, this stuff's all coming together. Just takes a while. So we'll go back to Ansible. Git pull CLS. Changed host, so git reset hard. That's actually a good idea for me to do that because there were a bunch of changes here that aren't going to be needed. Okay, so everything worked. Now I need to modify dev host to point at the correct 192.168.126, and then I want to delete that user again. Flush privileges and select. So the user's gone. If I try connecting, it should fail. Good. And now I want to run Ansible dev. No, darn it. -A not found. I was hoping that wouldn't happen. It's --. work now? I think it's working. Okay, well, other than a minor typo, I think we're in good shape here. Yeah, so let's see. Did this work? Yep, there it is. And can I connect here? Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so the real test will be when I do this on Amazon, which might be later today, but more likely will be tomorrow, I think. Okay, so let's check this in. This is just a minor fix. We can also revert the file I just changed. Where is that file? This, yeah. So git revert, git reset. What's the, how do you do this? What? Okay, this is where we just do git reset hard and stop worrying about things. And then we retype in the hostname every single time. Fixed a small typo where I'd put a single hyphen instead of 2 for a command line operation. Gotta love it when the commit message is longer than the change. All right, so what have I fixed? Let's close out of all of those things. So update my notes to reflect the new commands. So this part's done. Is the camera and audio out of sync? Let me see. Oh, you know what? Now that you mention it, I had this thing set to 200 milliseconds because my last computer couldn't handle rendering video that quickly. Can I change this on the fly? Let me change this to 1000 and just see what happens. All right, now it should be really out of sync. So the audio is being delayed by 1 second. So if this lines up worse, then I'll change this back down. Is it lining up worse? It should be. Can I verify this? No, I need to plug in headphones. Okay, so then I'll set this to 100 better. Okay, so now that I've set it to 100, it should be better on the right side of things. So before it was 200, so you heard my audio slightly after you saw my mouth move. I set it to 1000 just to test to make sure I could change it on the fly. And now I set it to 100, which is probably better. I don't know if it's perfect. Does it look pretty good? Possibly good. Are we looking better? If I say a sentence with a lot of L's in it, try 0 just for giggles. Yeah, so my old computer definitely couldn't have made it look good with 0. This one might be able to. I don't know if 100 is good or if it's 50. I'm not actually getting any feedback on whether 100 is good. So I'll set it to 50. Okay, 100 does sound good. All right, I'll set it to 75, and then let me know if there's anything that looks off. I don't know what human perception is actually like. 200 milliseconds, yeah, that's enough to tell that there's a difference. But 75 versus 100, I don't think that's enough. Why do you need an offset? So video rendering takes much longer than just getting audio encoded. And where did OBS go? Yeah, here. So you want to set it so that this is roughly the number of milliseconds it takes for you to render, or not render, I guess. What is this? Yeah, from the time it takes for your camera to take something in to the time when it's encoded that frame, that's this many milliseconds is essentially what you want it to be. That way your audio matches. I used to set an offset to the camera, not audio, when I saw it was wrong. And I could do 0. I don't think 0 is ever going to be the right setting for anybody here. In fact, I don't know what the default is. Let me look at something really fast. So I have this guide on OBS right here. Okay. What do they set their audio delay to by default? Here it is. Mic time offset. They actually do have a 0 by default. How would that ever be a good setting though? There's got to be some latency between your camera and your encoding and... Clap for us, please. I think that I'll just trust that chat says that this thing is good. All right, I'll set it to 50, and yeah, this will hopefully be better. And I'll write myself a note. Look at VOD to see if audio syncing is better. All right, well, I wanted to update my notes for this thing, but I also want to use the bathroom. So I think I'll just do that when I get back. I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, thank you for pointing that out, by the way, Chief. I'm going to give you a point for that as soon as the desk is done raising. Actually, maybe I can do it while it's raising. Points. Give Chief 1. The BRB screen kept me entertained. I should eventually just make it botland. So then this, update my notes to reflect the new commands. This is in DevOps Ansible. So before, the command that I would run, maybe I shouldn't even do this. Yeah, I don't think I should write this down. Because I wrote shell scripts for this. So it's not needed. Run either Ansible, run one of the following scripts. AWS, bash, Ansible prod.sh, and local is Ansible local.sh. Note, if you want to test a local branch, then change the repo branch variable in the script. Yeah, cool. How do I? There we go. All right. Ansible dev. Actually, yeah, you're right. Wow, you know the name of my scripts better than I know the name of my scripts. Just raking in the points. Now you're at Nintendo 65. They get the extra bit from blast processing. Okay, so I made a tagged task. It does all of this stuff. Yeah, it does all of this. So this is good. I can delete these things now. The only problem is this, I think. No, there are actually two. One was this. I should fix this one first. Nintendo 64 plus 1. My cousin, I've been telling him this like every single time I ever see him. The N64 kid, the kid who was like wildly scraping at the package, yelling Nintendo 64. My cousin looked exactly like him, I feel, and now he looks nothing like him. And I just can't stop saying Nintendo 64 when I see my cousin now. He doesn't appreciate that as much as I do. Okay, so this, make init database fail. Yeah, so here we have a catch. This is where I guess I could have some success value. Wait, where? I can't if I have this. Got an error. Maybe, I wonder if just logging an error is good enough for this thing. How would I even test this? I could try running a Node script or an Ansible script locally. This would probably be hard to do. Or I could have it not pull. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. That's a good idea. Okay, here's what we do then. We load up roles. What are the roles I have? Account servers, tasks, main. Okay, so if we just get rid of this, then on the target machine, I go back to here. Whoops. I go to here and I load up botland account server. And then central server database. So if I change this script init database so that at the very beginning it just says console.log error or console.error test. Okay, and then I run this. Will this fail? No such option -a. Oh right, I was supposed to do a git pull. I don't want to do that. Fine. I'll just change it myself. Hey Skynet. Provided host list is empty. Oh boy. That's not even what this thing is called anymore. Vim dev hosts. This was a mistake. This was a big mistake. I should have pulled the right code base. Did I type my password right? I did. Okay, so let's see. If just a console.error is enough for this thing to fail, then that's all I need to change. And if it's not enough, yeah, it's not enough. So I need to make this actually throw an error. So what's the best way to do this? Because if creating the user fails, I guess I want to know what the error is. Because if it failed because I had a password set incorrectly or something, I want to know that. But if it failed because the user already existed, then I don't care. Who does this run as? This runs as root, the whole thing. I could drop the user no matter what. And yeah, Chief, I know I can do that. I guess what I'm getting at is, like, I have this catch here. This could be a real error or it could be acceptable. So my script says create the user, ignore any errors from this. So this is what happens now. And what I want is create the user if it doesn't exist, or ignore errors when it does exist. So this could be as simple as me just saying, I could inspect the error message and say, if it's something along the lines of it already exists, then I'm okay. Or I could drop the user no matter what and ignore errors from that. But I need to know their, I don't know. I think I just create them if it doesn't exist. MySQL create user not exist. Darn it, I'll be right back. I need to grab some water. Wait, what? Grant all creates the user if it doesn't exist? What? I'm surprised. I didn't know that. So if I go back into my database notes, so make a new database. Where do I create the user? Keep in mind this signifies connecting to the local machine. I don't think create user if not exists is a thing you can do. I think create user is a special case for that, because they do have it for schema and for some other things. So use text instead of varchar. In general, do not use root. Make a different user for each. Also, you don't necessarily have to run this specific command in order to create a user. The grant command will create the user if it doesn't exist. But it has to work with a password identified by password. Yeah, wow. So I just need to do this. So grant, I specify the privileges, a user, and identified by password. Wow. So I just need to say the last part here. And should that be in capital letters? Yes. Identified by, I know it doesn't matter, but the convention is always capitalize the SQL parts of SQL. So then this is what I should try out in MySQL on this box. Let's go into MySQL and let's try doing this. Let's say botland.star to Tom8 identified by password. Now when I do select user, I have the Tom8 user. And when I do this again, it still works. So I just shouldn't have this running create user, or at least not that way. I should change this to identified by quote database password. And now there is no create user script, right? I'm using the database user host, database user. And why did I use quotes like this? These could have just been double quotes, right? Yeah. I don't think SQL cares. That makes this look a lot neater. Of course, string interpolation would be the neatest, but it doesn't matter. So grant privs needs to be done first. And that was done down here. Use the database. Database successfully created. So I don't need this any longer. Create database. What does create database do? I guess this doesn't error if the database already exists. Create database botland. Error, database exists. So, yeah, this is not good. This is already just gonna fail. I wanted to create it if it doesn't exist. I guess I should just check error messages from this. Create database deletes the database. Hey Adam, can you explain to me how namespaces work? I don't understand it. C++, by the way. Man, I haven't used C++ namespaces in a while. Namespaces in general exist so that you don't go stomping on the names of other included variables. So let's say I'll describe the concept in JavaScript really quickly, only because I haven't used C++ in a long time, but it's the same general concept. So in JavaScript, suppose I have file 1, or like some file.js. If I were to just say, let's say this is bullet.js, and I say something like, okay, x equals 5, and I've got some function here that says update, and it just says x++. And now I have some other file called player.js, and I say here, oh, x equals 200, and in my update I want to do x minus equal 5 or something like that. And then there's some main thing that includes both of these. Includes bullet.js and player.js. So without namespaces, these x variables refer to the same thing. They're global in JavaScript. And so in JavaScript, what I would do is I'd make some sort of well, actually requires handle this for me. But in this particular case, I might do something like this, like global dot game equals an object, and then you could do global dot game dot bullet equals something along these lines. You can do this however this makes sense. But now I don't just have x plus plus. I have a very specific namespace in this case. Now in JavaScript they're just objects. So in C++, it's the same. It's the same idea. You don't want to stomp on names, so you use a namespace and then you put things inside of that, so that now when you want to use something, you're scoping to where it needs to be. So I hope that helps explain the why at least. As for how you use them, I think just looking it up online can be helpful. Naive question, why don't you use the Ansible MySQL module? That's probably a much better idea. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't have a particular reason for doing things this way. I think it's because I wasn't using Ansible locally before. Now I am, so I could be using this. And it can set up these databases for me. Yeah, because that's all this does, huh? I think it's going to be harder to use Ansible on just my own machine, but I guess I have this script still. Yeah, let me look it up. It said you were offline for me for a second. Huh, weird. And no problem, Andrew. MySQL user module. Is this built in or is this an extra? Extra. Oh, it's apparently core. Nice. Oh, it says this is a core module right here. Great. Adds or removes a user from a MySQL database. Oh, it doesn't create tables? Oh. Or it doesn't create the database either. I use this to create my database as well. No, I think I'm gonna do it this way, I think. And part of the reason why is, one, this will be really easy to run locally, even on my own machine, not even on Linux machines. And two, I want to make sure that the connection from the account server to the database works. I guess there are a lot of things here. There are other MySQL modules too. MySQL DB module, for example. Oh, and I guess the other, yeah. So I guess if I use an extra module like MySQL DB, maybe then I can use it to create the database as well. Anyway, run the create database script. I only want to do that if it doesn't exist. Hey, Hatchy. Hatchemseki. So MySQL create database if not exists. Is there an easy way to do this? Create database if not exists. Oh, well, that was just handed to us. Is it exist or exists? It exists. Okay, good. So then this is fine. Running the create database script, then use the database, then grant privileges, then run the migration scripts, and then error initializing database, throw error, finally connects.destroy. Where does this error get thrown then? This should work. Let's try this out. I'm going to just manually modify this script again. Where did I do this originally? Here. So let's delete everything. Set paste, I paste. Right, and run. What is this going to do, by the way? This is going to do nothing bad, because I set it to work correctly. So then what we need to do here is we need to delete the variables from, so let's just move them. Group vars, dev, to group vars dev backup. And that alone should be enough to cause this to fail. Okay. For tomorrow's day 100, try using FaceRig. I'm not using this thing. I've seen other people use this. But I don't plan on doing this. Make me a hamburger. I don't mind if you make me a hamburger, but not in the way you're talking about. Create user script is not defined. Ack indeed. Run connects.raw create user script. Yeah, this is not a thing anymore. So I think it's just promise.resolve, which is kind of pointless because I could just run the create database script here instead and put this here. Yeah. Database successfully created. Why did I have these unnecessary .thens there? Huh. This is really all I need. Create the database, use the database, grant privileges. I don't even know if I need to use the database, to be honest. Not even for a donation. No, I'm all for improving stream quality, but I don't know if disguising myself as a hamburger is necessarily that path. It got positive reviews. Oh wait, it's free to use. I didn't know that. I mean, that doesn't make me want to do it anymore, but I just didn't realize it was free. I thought they charged for it. Okay, let's try this script out. So go back to this machine, delete everything in here, set paste again, paste everything in. And let's write, but let's not quit. Let's just run this now. What do we have? Should error. It didn't error. Oh. I think I know what happened. Adam at %. Let's drop that user and try again. I think that'll fail. Right, so I have root a whole bunch of times. Try this out again. Since when is the wiki down? The wiki shouldn't be down. Uh-oh. Is ONX.net down? No. Is bot.land down? Let's do an NS lookup on wiki.bot.land. Non-existent domain. Well, there's your answer. Okay, so let's take a look. Let's go into Route 53, hosted zone, botland. Wiki.bot.land is supposed to point at bot.land/wiki. What? Wait, what? You guys can't see the stream either now? Still see me? It took me a long time to type this. Username is not playing. You need a budget. Okay, you guys can still see me. All right, so I don't know how to fix this. Void Dreamer used banned phrase number 18. I guess I don't allow bit.ly links. Wrecked bot. Bit.ly may be banned. I don't know. There were a lot of spammers a while ago. I can unban it. Or you just paste the full link if you want. So yeah, I don't know what to do here. I had this pointing at bot.land/wiki as a CNAME. That's what my old DNS was doing, I think. What do I do? Unknown, can't find wiki.bot.land. Huh. Okay, let me check out my my FileZilla. So I have wiki, public HTML, botland wiki. Is there any other way to get to this? botland.net/public HTML/botland/wiki? Nope. What about doing this from onx.net? Nope. Alright, how do I fix this? Can I just not use DNS for this? Can I do... Whoa. Pasting a bunch of JavaScript in there, because I apparently can't copy paste an IP address. There we go. So slash... Where did that go? /wiki. It should just be this. No. What am I doing? This, oh man. This would have to be the public HTML thing, right? Public HTML botland wiki. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe Void Dreamer got taken over. Okay, so I broke this. Yeah, it's on a shared host. That much I know. The DNS part breaking, I don't know about. I guess I'll have to look into this later. I don't have an IPv4 address for this thing. I don't know. Weird. Wait, no, it does make sense that this wouldn't work, right? Because this is not the right URL. Darn it, what is the right URL, though? That's the part I don't understand. Is there an index.php here? There is. Hey, Zogo. No, it's alive somewhere. I just don't know how to access it. Yeah, onx.net/public HTML. I shouldn't need that part. Botland/wiki. That should be enough to get to this thing. Okay, it is, but then it redirects here. All right, so then, all right, yeah, then maybe this is what I need for this URL. onx.net/botland/wiki. This is gonna be strange. Let's set this to 1 minute and change this to this. Save record set. This, I don't know. I don't think it's gonna work. CNAMEs don't work with subfolders? Oh, they don't. Oh, because it's what, an infinite redirect? So how am I supposed to do this? AWS Route 53 subdomain. Hosted zone. I think I just point at this thing, right? Yeah, add NS records. Subfolders are HTTP, not DNS level. Yep. And hi, Warfox. Didn't know it was managed via Amazon. It only was as of yesterday. And that's why it screwed up as of yesterday. So is there some other way I can do this? Or let me check something on my other monitor. Hang on. I think so if it goes to Amazon's name servers for this, I was using so Botland. Botland is going to contact my shared host. Why did I move to Botland? I want the Botland. I don't know. I'll explain this in a second. First, let me take a look at some things. And hey, Bukar, you said you'd be back. Yes, definitely. But also, you said you'd be here for an entire year. Create an A record that points to the IP address of the wiki server, then create a subdomain on the shared host for wiki.bot.land. So I have wiki.bot.land. Weird. So then what am I supposed to do here? Create an A record that points to the IP address of the wiki server. So I mean that's this at least. Then create a subdomain on the shared host. So you're saying just get rid of this entirely? Just get rid of the CNAME record? You could have an HTTP rewrite rule or Apache directory for hostname wiki.bot.land. Let me, I guess, get rid of this for right now. A way to test if your shared host is working is change your own host file. All right. So I've got to wait for this to propagate that there is no name here, which would be the same as changing your host file if you want to test it. Okay, well, let's edit that then. So system32 drivers etc hosts. Let me load this up. I need to launch an elevated notepad for this because Sublime doesn't like it when I elevate it. Where's host? There it is. Okay, so if I make wiki.bot.land point at this IP address, which how would this create an A record for wiki.bot.land and point it to the wiki server IP? Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, so what's this gonna do? Aha! So then if I get rid of this from my host, yeah, got it. So now I refresh this page and it should break. Yeah, okay, I see. Thank you. And yeah, I am standing up. Okay, so thank you for the people who just helped me out. That was, let's see. And there. Points for all. Yeah, so then I can edit this in AWS as well. So I need to create record set. Let's make it last an hour. Name wiki.bot.land, type a record, and then the a record is going to point to the same thing that bot.land points to. So I should write this down here, and then I should write this down. Do I not get points for reporting? Oh yeah, sorry, you too. You guys are rich now. Okay, let's update this in the AWS note. So we go into hosted zones here. So pointing to using Route 53 to point to a subdomain on another host. I have Route 53 managing bot.land, and I wanted wiki.bot.land to point to bot.land/wiki. Bukar, you're not pointless. You're still generating them. All right, so I have this managing that, and I wanted to have this point there. So first I set up bot.land on my shared host via cPanel to, whoop, that got capitalized differently. So I used that to have a subdomain pointing wiki.bot.land at public HTML botland wiki. Then in Route 53, I made an A record that points wiki.bot.land at the same IP address as bot.land. So to test this out before waiting for DNS to propagate, I simply added this to my host file and it immediately worked. And that is where I added this. Cool. Adam, I'm still in lunch BRB for what happened last time. Yeah. Yep. All right, so the wiki should be back online within an hour for everybody. So if I go to wiki.bot.land, yeah. Are the servers still bad today? That's for the division, right? So let's go to this, wiki.bot.land. Who has this? Propagation checker. No one's got it. Okay, well, as this gets updated, we should see it come online for people. I won't be around for that hour, but I'll be here to celebrate tomorrow. Well, if you want, you could do the same thing I just did. If you want to edit your host file to have this line in it, then you'll have no problem. Is that a big red cross? It's a big red cross over everything. Oh, you probably can't see everything, can you? Yeah, well, you mostly can. Okay, so let's close out of this and then this stuff. So that was a sidetrack because I was not looking at the wiki at all. I would watch an Adam game stream. Oh, speaking of an Adam game stream, please answer this poll. And I want to take a look at what the newest votes are. So this is this Saturday, which means, 4 days from now, I am going to play a game for once to celebrate the 100-day stream that is tomorrow, because I want the 100-day stream to still be a work stream. So you can vote on what game you want me to play here. Remember, this is not the same level of quality you'd expect from, like, I'm not going to be like Binny or Siglemic here, and I'm not going to be like, what's his name, whose name started with a W, who played Pokemon. And I don't even know if there's a Bomberman 64 speedrunner, but I am not that level of player. So if, let's say, Super Mario 64 wins, then I'll probably do a vote of whether you want me to try to collect all of the stars or just do a normal run and then play another game afterward. And it'll just be a very casual stream. And that's about it. Mr. Cheap says, do you code standing or sitting? It depends. I try to stand for at least a few hours a day. So yeah, please vote on this. And if you're saying some PC game, please tell me what the game is. Because people are voting on this, but I don't know what they want for this. We don't expect speed runs, we expect fun runs. Well, yeah, but I don't know if people realize that it's not necessarily entertaining to watch a fun run when you watch speed runs. Like, I don't know if I could watch someone casually play through Super Metroid unless I knew them in person. Hey, Lulong. World of Tanks? I'm not playing World of Tanks. It's funny that some of these even got one vote. Like, I don't know who's even heard of Crystalis here. I've played that game, I think, twice. I mean, I've beaten it twice. And it's actually not even a great game. It's very... I don't know. A lot of things are not straightforward. I'm gonna spoil something in the game that's very minor. But at one point, there's a sick dolphin. And in most games nowadays, if there was a sick dolphin and you needed to heal it, you'd get some sort of quest item that you can't sell. In this game, in order to heal it, you need just a common herb. That's it, just herb. You need to know that you need to use that item on it. And maybe someone tells you in the game, but I don't know. So wait, people are saying Minecraft. Minecraft is going to be for the multiplayer stream sometime. And Factorio, I've gotta own the game. I've apparently looked at this game. Upcoming real-time strategy game. How much does it cost? There's a free demo. Oh, it's $22. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna do that. Plus, I'd have to add it as its own item on this list. Adam, you could use my Minecraft account. I have a Minecraft account. I got one back in beta, I think. And do you know a good place where I can get a free pixel package? I want to try making games, but I don't know where to get pictures and stuff. Yeah, there's this guy, Ken NL, Reddit game dev. Ken NL, I think. Yeah, this guy. So, open bundle. Yeah, check this out. And also Ken NL on Reddit. It's not an RTS. It's good. I found quite a few software devs have enjoyed it. Yeah, it might be good. I'm not necessarily. So here's the thing. I wanted to play and ideally beat whatever game I play in one day. So, like, this might be fun. It might be a great game. I might want to play it later for like 2 more months. But I don't really have that kind of time to stream this stuff. So, yeah. Okay, well, anyway, we'll let this keep going. Sounds like people want these two. Maybe I could do them both at once. Maybe that'll be my thing. I name all my Pokemon after Mario characters. Alright, thank you, Water. So does that mean the wiki is back up? Not for me. I don't even know if I wrote that down here, by the way. I had it somewhere. Okay, I need to get some food. So I just wanted to ask this question as long as there are a few people watching. If anyone's used Node in production, I wrote this question down right here, but is it typical for your company to produce their own dependencies as a standalone module that NPM can install? And if so, where do you save it? Because you don't need to do this, but I was curious about whether other people do something like this. Super Mario 64 would take a whole stream to beat 120 star? Yeah, it probably would. And that's why I would take a vote on the day of. Would you rather watch me 100% a game or like any percent 2 games? Wiki's up for me. Okay. Well, I think for now I'm gonna go get lunch because I am pretty hungry. And yeah, thank you guys for watching so far. When I come back, I'll be back for another 4 hours or so. I'm not done for the day. I'm just gonna get some food, and then I'm gonna continue to work on setting up the database. I think I worked out the hardest issues. Oh, that's where I left off. Was making this thing error. Yeah. So where I left off, I wanted to make init database.js fail when it can't. Yeah, fail on errors, which I think I did not do apparently. Darn it, let me check this for a second. Run create database, if not exists, then use it, then grant privileges. Yeah, so this can't fail that way. The only way it could fail is if that thing didn't exist, which means I need to drop this user. It doesn't exist. Weird. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's what I'm going to work on. For dependencies, private ones, we host on our own Bitbucket server, previously known as Stash. They host private dependencies on their Bitbucket server. Because right now I'm just requiring things from folders, and I don't think there's really a problem with that. All right, let's take a look at the lunch list. Then I can get some food. So here are all of the unique people. There are quite a lot of people on the lunch list today. DRB lunch. And then let's write a note to myself. Remove from lunch BRB. Okay. All right, cool. So anyone whose name was in that list should now show up over here. Sometimes they're off screen. That's okay. There we go. So yeah, you can see your name here if you gave 25 points. All right, I'm gonna go get some food. So if you liked watching, please follow. And if you don't feel like following, then just keep please watching. All right, see ya. Alright, sorry for cutting that so close. Hopefully this isn't TMI, but my stomach hurt there. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Alright, let's take a look at the messages. Thanks for following. What if I can find free time? We can donate. What? Oh, is that what my screen says? I haven't, yeah, I don't know. And yeah, thanks for answering, Ben. Yep, Bukhari, you do get the chat time. Just still doing DevOps stuff. Yeah, it's DevOps stuff for like 2 months. Sorry, JWL. If that's not entertaining for you, then I don't know. I would say it's probably best to come back or like once a week to check, maybe. But yeah, I don't expect this to be done for a little while. Okay, so I wanted to make a init database fail on errors, and I thought I might have had this, but apparently not. Am I still on these machines at least? Okay, good. So let's go back into MySQL, which I should not have accidentally closed like that. Use MySQL, select user host for root. Okay, so this thing is failing, but it's not showing that it's failing. I wonder, let's take a look at the script that I have there. In other words, if you want something different, come back in a year. No. So right now I'm working on the back end. Eventually the back end will be done enough for me to work on the game again. And we're just not very close to that point. Like we're minimally 2 or 3 weeks away. And at most I'd say at this point, probably 2.5 months. I don't think it'll take 2.5 months. Okay, so this is the script that I have in here right now. Can I get Ansible logs? Ansible get console logs. Is that possible? Pass the -v flag. You'll get. Oh, really? Oh, that's all I need to do then. I just need to do this. Vim Ansible dev and pass -v to this. Oops. Darn it. Undo CT space V. Except for it's -v. Okay, let's try this out. We should get console logs for this. Just kind of spews it all onto this. Alright, so there's an error. Initializing database. Pool was destroyed or unhandled rejection. Pool was destroyed. What line is this coming from? Pool. Util. Oh, this is so hard to read. So it's coming from a promise. This isn't even helpful. I also have no console log stuff. So error initializing database, I guess that's coming from here. Password, database host, database root password. Okay, maybe we should put console.log making connects object. And then down here I can just say console.log. Actually, I don't need another one. Yeah, so let's try running that. It said access denied. What? Oh. thank you. Okay. Yeah, access denied is actually probably expected. But then how did this ever work before? Weird. Because root is only allowed from these different places. But this is running... Oh man, this is super confusing. Yeah, so I need to allow root from star. So let's do that. Grant privileges. Yeah, so grant all privileges on star dot star to root at my current IP address. It seems like I shouldn't have to do that. I guess it's because that's who I'm trying to connect as. I should be trying to do this as... Well, that's because the database is on this machine though. This is not a real test. Add on the Lunch BRB screen, did you program it yourself? Yeah. So this is what I would have to do. And now I have that entry, and now this should work. Did it even... Access still denied. What? Oh, right. Right. That's actually expected. I don't have the password being typed in. Yeah, this had nothing to do with what I just did. We gotta delete that. Whatever, it doesn't matter if we delete it or not. What matters is this should cause an error. That was what I was trying to test here. I purposely made it so that the password wasn't allowed. Now I just gotta figure out how to make this thing crash. So, yeah, the issue is here. I have this error initializing database, which, by the way, this did not capture standard out. It captured standard error here. That's why I was confused about this. Got it. Hey, McFine's gold. So I just got to figure out how I can have this catch, and then for the throw error here to be, for something to be done with this. Doesn't seem like that's going to be easy. So node stu promise dot resolve dot then I don't care about dot catch. Actually, here I want to say throw new error hello dot catch error console dot log in first catch and then throw error. So it says in first catch, but then the throw error, nothing happens with that. Where is this supposed to go? Hey, Gensugo. What happens when you do this? Promise. Promise is an error handling. Reject what you would normally throw. Yeah, so I don't have the reject function of this promise, which is why I would just have it throw an error. Finally allows you to perform an action. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why this doesn't work. I bet if I had another catch here, I could say something like console.log in second catch. Yeah, but then if I don't have that there, or rather if I throw the error again, I expect it to be, what happens if I just say throw new error test? Yeah, that's what I expect to happen here, and that's not happened. Can't you do promise.reject? Yeah, let's try it. Promise.reject. No, that didn't work. I could maybe return that, although I don't think. So something I could do here, and I don't want to do this because I don't think this is right. I could just keep track of whether there was an error here, and then I could say something like if error, then throw new error once I'm outside of the promise. I don't think it should be hard to do this with promises. So let's see. Like catch, but instead of catching all types, it only catches operational errors. Equivalent to the following catch pattern is operational error. If it's null, return false. If it's an instance of an operational error, return true. Node style callback with an error. That would be called with that error. Throws an error. Catch would catch that. Create a promise that's rejected with a given error. Yeah, this would be the same thing as. I don't know what to do. There's a dot throw. Convenience method for dot then throw for reason. Catch throw. I wonder why you would want this. Because I could put that on here. Not that it matters. The promises that I'm using here are connects promises, which are Bluebird. I just don't understand. What if I have this in a dot finally? That works. Oh, dot finally is not a function. Oh no, finally is only for Bluebird promises probably. Hey, Ataha. And what am I trying to do? This is gonna sound really stupid, but I have this promise chain here, and this throw error, this is not like crashing my process. I guess this is probably going to unhandled. I know what's happening now. Okay. I bet it's that I need process.on unhandled rejection. And then I have an error handler here. Error console.log in unhandled rejection. Okay. Now let's try this. Yep, that's what's happening. That was the whole problem here. I just need to put an unhandled rejection handler here. I think dot finally catches too. No, well, maybe, but this code alone, this did not get, this was unhandled. So yeah, I don't think it matters whether I have a throw error here or not. In fact, I don't even know if this first part matters. What if I just don't even have a catch? Yep, it just goes in unhandled rejection. So I guess that's what I should have expected. All right, well, at least I got to the bottom of this. I just forgot about this function. So we just need to copy paste this into here. Get rid of this. The rest of this looks fine, and we just install this. If it's not already installed though, that's the part that's weird about this. Is this function used from anywhere else? Init database? Where do I use this? From run.cmd, from the rest test. And in here we probably don't have an unhandled rejection, do we? Doesn't even matter. We can always add one in. Okay, then then yeah, let's just do this. Okay, see you, Bukar. Are there any repercussions to what I'm about to do? That moment Adam doesn't notice you. Did I miss you, Gert? No. Hey, Mr. Banks. I think I... Oh, wait, maybe it was Original Pepper? I don't know, but hi, Original Pepper. I don't know why I said hi to you. Yeah, so I can just put this here. What happens if I had 2 of these? Let's try this out. Console.log in unhandled rejection 1. I don't know if it just keeps adding these. Well, now I definitely have a bunch of them. So now let's try that promise that fails. Yeah, you can just keep adding these. Okay. Then great. Then there's no real problem here. I think all I need to do is this. Wait, what do we do here? If reason instance of error, otherwise just print the reason. I don't think it really matters what we do here. I think we can do something like this. Throw new error reason.message. Otherwise throw new error console.error in unhandled rejection. And over here we can say throw new error. What is reason? I guess it's either a string or it's an error. Let's just do that. Hey, Judge Bacon. Why do you want this unhandled? So if I don't have this throwing an error, then I won't know if something went wrong. So in this case, for example, as far as Ansible is concerned, it said that 15 of these were okay and 3 of them caused this to change. But 0 caused it to fail, meaning that I would have assumed everything is totally fine, right? The database is set up. And yet I'm getting an access denied message here. And the reason why, and I purposely set this up, is that I'm not providing a password. So I just need to make sure that this crashes the Ansible deploy process so that I know something's wrong, so I know I need to fix something. So that's what I'm doing. Glenn Strand says, what are you making? I am making Botland. What I'm working on right now is the backend for Botland. So this is setting up all of the servers. If you ever want to, you can always type today into chat. And Zago, the reason I didn't just put a process.exit from the catch is because let's say I later modified this. Well, actually, first of all, that's actually the biggest reason right there. I still want connect to destroy itself. That way I don't have another connection to the server. So there was a finally that wouldn't get hit in that case. Now what I could do is I could have put this here and then did a process.exit, but I don't think that's a good idea. I don't know. I guess this part could come down to style as far as where you put the handler for this. It could go directly in the catch. It could be a process level thing. Okay, so a promise rejection handler that will raise an error. That way our process closes with the right error code. Okay, so I have this code. Let's try this out. This should finally work. So we go ggdg. Set pace should still be in play. Let's do this. Nope, don't quit. Just run that. Okay, so now when I run this exact same thing, we should be in the case where the last step fails. Come on. Perfect. Perfect. So error, pool was destroyed. Do we get something about access denied? Yeah. Great. This looks like it's printing twice, and I don't really care if it's printing twice. I just want to know that it's a problem. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so that's good. Now we just need to make sure that I didn't break anything in the process here. So let's go to commit. What have I changed? I have the unhandled rejection handler. I create the database now only if it doesn't exist. And I create the user by just running grant. Okay, so change init database so that it can be called from Ansible and correctly report when it fails. To accommodate this, I needed to add an unhandled rejection handler and also change the connect calls such that there wouldn't be errors if the database or the user already existed. There. So that's what I want. I just need to make sure this is clear enough here. Allow user access. I am probably going to change this a little bit. Allow user access. So only create the database if it doesn't exist. This is questionable. This is actually very questionable. Maybe I should make this error. Okay, let's try something. So I'm going to modify this. Let's go to if not, and we'll just delete this. DT semicolon. All right, let's try running that now. Thanks for the follow, Glinstern. I think I missed someone else too who followed. I don't know if Botland said it. Oh, it was a Taha. Thank you. Did I rerun this? Is this from right now? Why do I not remember? No, this is not from right now. So I just need to rerun this. That's probably not the right password. I think I typed it wrong. Yeah, I did. Okay, we should see a slightly different error this time. That is the same error. Create database name. Oh, right, the password's wrong. We just got to set the password. So let's do, where's that move command I had from earlier? Here it is. So we're going to move dev backup back to dev. Good, and then run this. And now the error is going to be different. Here goes nothing. Still says access denied. Strange. Very strange. It says access denied, but that's not correct. Unless I screwed something else up. Maybe git diff. What do I have here? Git repo. Ask sudo pass -v. All this stuff should be fine. It's not pulling code again. Yeah, this should all work. And I wrote this script. I wonder if I can say something like this, console.error, or just change this to an error actually. I shouldn't have quit out of that. It doesn't really matter. Let's try this time. It's going to try to create the database, but it should fail. Running create database botlan, but I'm getting access denied. Is my password wrong? It's using the right, yeah. Man, this is tough. Let's take a look at this. The password is set to password and password. So now if I run my MySQL command, what's my username? I'm trying to create it as root. So then this does connect me. Why is it saying access denied? This is so weird. I'm going to play Ark. They hacked your thing. Alright, see you, Glinstern. quite strange. I know this is running the newest code, and I know this is running this. Does it say database successfully created? Let's change this to error, and then we'll know. Because it can't create the database twice. It already exists. That's why it's weird that I'm seeing this happen. Yep. Okay, so this is just a weird thing that's showing up. Pool was destroyed and access denied. I think this is just a red herring. Question, let's say you're finished writing your game to a certain point. Okay, I'll wait for the question. How do I fix this? So it's not creating the database, but the error that I'm getting is an access denied error. I guess that's just what I'm supposed to expect from here. How long will it take you to completely rewrite the game in a different language? Well, wait, will implies that I'm going to do that. I'm not planning on doing that. But if I had to, it would probably take, I'm just going to ballpark a figure here, like 30% of the time that it would take me to write in the first place. So if it took me a year and a half, I don't know, let's say 5 months. Maybe not that long. But it's not, I mean, so if you write in Python, you would write print hello world. And in JavaScript, all right, sorry for being pedantic there. You'd write console.log hello world. This is the kind of thing that you pretty much could just make a find and replace on. But then there are certain paradigms that are different between the two. So in Python, you have real classes, and in JavaScript you don't. There are other little things. So like making changes like this, that would take hardly any time at all. Making changes to the structure of your code such that it fits a language better, that's the stuff that would take longer. It takes me more time to rewrite something in a different language than to write it in the first place. That seems weird because the algorithms are already picked out for you. I'm so frustrated that my college at work, my colleague at work, who is taking a year to rewrite our app from classic ASP to ASP.NET. Is it realistic? This is a trick question. The answer is it doesn't matter if it's realistic or not. The solution is to talk to either your coworker or whoever is above your coworker. Because if it were some task that took a day and it was taking this coworker a week and your coworker's, mom just died from cancer or something, I think you'd have some sympathy, right? This is taking a year and it should have taken 10 months. Some people slip their timelines by a bit. But if it's taking a year and it should have taken 10 days, then yeah, there's something totally wrong and you should talk to someone. That's why I think it's a trick question. I think you should concern yourself more with what do you do now that you know that it's taking longer than you expect. Is the audio still out of sync? Because I have this set to 50 milliseconds. Does it seem like what I'm saying is happening? Is the video first or is the audio first? What seems to be the case? Because if it's the video first, then I need to lower this number. And yeah, Mr. Banks, in that case, if you know he's cheating with his time, you either talk to him or you talk to whoever's above them. Massive desync. So yeah, which one seems like it's happening first? Video or audio? Because I can change this again. I don't know why it would have started to desync like that. And either way, it's 50 milliseconds. Audio is first. Okay, so then I need to delay this a bit. So I had this set to 200. Let's set it to 125. Let me try that out. Wait, video is first? Wait, one person said audio first, and then the rest said video first. Clap, clap, clap. Well, if that made it worse, then it was in the wrong direction, so I should have lowered the number. So if the video actually was first, then that means I was delaying the audio by too much. So I'm gonna go with popular opinion here. All right, let's try this. Video is first. Yeah, it got worse. Okay, then yeah, I'll just set this lower. In fact, let's set it to 10. 10 milliseconds. There. All right. I'm going to say something very clearly, and we're going to see if there's an audio desync. How does this sound? This should be a lot better. It's better? Okay. Maybe I should just set it down to 0 milliseconds. Hey, Alpalius. Yeah, we'll set it to 5 milliseconds. How about that? So my old computer was terrible because it needed it to be at 200 milliseconds. It's worse. Oh man. Okay, audio first. I'm gonna need to look at this after the stream. I don't know how this has changed so much. Set it to 50. Wasn't it at 50 and then people were complaining about it? Still desync. It's worse. Oh man. I'm gonna need to look at this afterward. Stop talking for a second so we can tell when things are starting. I can't read lips. Video first now. Delay about 300. And yeah, I upgraded my computer. Maybe it's Twitch. Subtitle myself. I don't know about that. Yeah, I'm not sure what to set this to then. If you clap your hands, you can. Change OBS scene or so? No clue. I want to make this good enough for right now, and then after the stream, I want to figure it out. Delay is 2 seconds. What's happening? I'm just trying to figure out my audio delay. I upgraded my computer like 2 stream days ago. Audio is still first. This is what I don't understand. Like people are saying opposite things right now. Audio is first, audio is second. It's very strange. The delay is terrible. Okay, fine. I'm gonna go load up my own stream and let's just see what's going on here. So let me find my headphones. Oh great, they're not plugged into anything. Okay. Clap again, but this time once. Oh yeah, the audio is like super delayed. Huh. Well, I can only set this. Can you set it to negative? That wouldn't make any sense. You'd have to go back in time. Well, that's 0. Okay, let's try that. Nope, still super laggy. Okay, so delay the video. Can I even do that? Audio delay recurring issue. Can I delay the video? I don't actually know. Oh, is this something that I have to do for the webcam? Oh, that could be it. Which means I'm in the wrong settings right now. there a delay here? Use buffering. Yeah. It's not under the video tab. It's in my actual webcam, which means I need to do this for both my webcams potentially, the keyboard camera and the face camera. Otherwise, you might hear keyboard sounds delayed weirdly. Okay, so let's buffer the video for 100 milliseconds. How come we've never had this problem before? I just upgraded my computer, so I am kind of surprised it hasn't happened yesterday at all. Like, people are only noticing this today, and I hadn't changed anything. So okay, let me try clapping again. This is still terrible. Okay, so 100 milliseconds obviously isn't good enough. I don't know why I even set it to that, because I can tell that it wasn't good enough. All right. Let's set it to 750. All right. Almost there. We're going to binary search this thing. So it's 750 right now. It's still delayed. This is like 2 seconds off. How did this happen? I'm sorry. This has nothing to do with programming at this point. Yeah. This is very late. Is it even updating my camera? I don't even know if it's taking these settings. That one seemed pretty close. Restart everything. I don't want to do this. All right, I'm gonna set it to 2500. I wonder, okay, you know what else I wonder about is it just this camera? Does this camera just suck? Stupid camera. All right, let's try this. Still not in sync. I'm gonna have to set this to like 4 seconds. Clappa clappa. And you can see me clapping in history here. Look at this one. This guy's about to clap. Wait for it. Oh, there he goes. It's still not good. Could you try to clap in the other camera? Yeah, I'm gonna do that. The other camera's in sync. Okay, let's try something else then. Let's just swap the two of these, because I think this camera just is terrible. Let's put this here. Ooh-wee. You guys are on a trip. All right, we got 2 face cams now. This is difficult. There. Kind of. There. All right, let's try this. All right, I don't know. I kind of want to just give up with this right now. 20 face cams, I wonder how long it takes before they ban you. This is so terrible. So both cameras are delayed. Although the other problem is it didn't seem like setting the delay on this thing did anything. Like use buffering. It's set to 3,500 milliseconds. So shouldn't that mean? What's this? Oh, audio input device. Just turn off face cam. No, I want to keep the face cam on. I could just change audio. I don't know what to do. I think I'll save this for later. Yeah, let's just pause this for now. Okay, so then I should probably have at least one keyboard camera. Let's change this around. Does that work? Are we good? Nope. Great, now that camera won't even turn on. Wow, this is pretty obnoxious. All right, well, I have sufficiently disabled one of my cameras entirely. So I guess let's move this back to where it used to be. And then change the camera so that that one's a larger one. It doesn't work. It's broken. It's just totally broken. You gotta be kidding me. This is so stupid. How did this happen? Configure. It's set to that. I hit OK. I turn it on. Nothing happens. Veteran streamer. I know this is horrible. Okay, well then I've broken this. Let's. Which camera is this? That's this one. Doesn't work in there, but it works over there. Okay, great. Well, why are there so many settings in a webcam? I don't know. Terrible. This is just terrible. Okay, let's try one more thing. What if I say add video capture device here? Screw you, Logitech. Audio out of sync. I'm not going to fix the audio out of sync problem. A global source. What? Global source using this device already exists. Okay, let me do this over here so you guys can see this. I guess the issue is this is already being used. Actually, twice. Global sources. Logitech camera. What is a global source? And what? Maybe that's the issue. Have you tried turning it off and on again? I want to have a stream where I don't have to interrupt it all the time. Okay, I'll just restart the stream. And I'll see if this works. So, sorry. Alright. Yeah, stream's going down.